for the great cooperation with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and for us to have this opportunity to support the Habibie Center.
Untuk berbagai pengalaman dan pemikiran tentang bagaimana kita dapat memperkuat demokrasi dengan mendorong partisipasi yang bermakna dari masyarakat sipil.
Dan preferensi politik menjadi hal yang wajar yang harus disikapi secara matang dan dewasa.
Jadi demokrasi tidak universal, tergantung kondisi.
Perjuangan keterwakilan politik perempuan itu lebih banyak didorong oleh masyarakat sipil.
Korupsi menjadi hambatan besar bagi kemajuan demokrasi.
Sektor usaha yang masih terus ada gitu, lagi-lagi karena banyak orang-orang politiknya di sana.
Praktik berkesenian yang sehat mencerminkan demokrasi yang sehat di satu negara.
Demokrasi kita itu bisa digambarkan dari beberapa kasus.
Bahwa partisipasi aktif dari masyarakat dan pemberdayaan warga negara adalah kunci efektivitas demokrasi.
Desentralisasi adalah pilar utama dari visi demokrasi beliau.
Sekaligus alat utama oleh para pendiri negara untuk mencapai cita-cita
demokrasi, proses pembuatan kebijakan dalam kehidupan kita.
Dengan memberdayakan pemerintah daerah untuk mendengarkan aspirasi atau harapan dari masyarakat lokal.
Partisipasi yang bermakna ini punya dampak positif tentang perjuangan tanpa kekerasan, tentang memperoleh kembali haknya dengan harkat dan martabatnya.
Of course, I want to extend my deep appreciation for the great cooperation with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and for us to have this opportunity to support the Habibie Center.
Untuk berbagai pengalaman dan pemikiran tentang bagaimana kita dapat memperkuat demokrasi dengan mendorong partisipasi yang bermakna dari masyarakat sipil.
Dan preferensi politik menjadi hal yang wajar yang harus disikapi secara matang dan dewasa.
Jadi demokrasi tidak universal, tergantung kondisi.
Perjuangan keterwakilan politik perempuan itu lebih banyak didorong oleh masyarakat sipil.
Korupsi menjadi hambatan besar bagi kemajuan demokrasi.
Sektor usaha yang masih terus ada gitu, lagi-lagi karena banyak orang-orang politiknya di sana.
Praktik berkesenian yang sehat mencerminkan demokrasi yang sehat di satu negara.
Demokrasi kita itu bisa digambarkan dari beberapa kasus.
Bahwa partisipasi aktif dari masyarakat dan pemberdayaan warga negara adalah kunci efektivitas demokrasi.
Desentralisasi adalah pilar utama dari visi demokrasi beliau.
sekaligus alat utama oleh para pendiri negara untuk mencapai cita-cita
demokrasi, proses pembuatan kebijakan dalam kehidupan kita.
Dengan memberdayakan pemerintah daerah untuk mendengarkan aspirasi atau harapan dari masyarakat lokal.
Partisipasi yang bermakna ini punya dampak positif tentang perjuangan tanpa kekerasan, tentang memperoleh kembali haknya dengan harkat dan martabatnya.
Of course, I want to extend my deep appreciation for the great cooperation with Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung and for us to have this opportunity to support the Habibie Center.
Untuk berbagai pengalaman dan pemikiran tentang bagaimana kita dapat memperkuat demokrasi dengan mendorong partisipasi yang bermakna dari masyarakat sipil.
Dan preferensi politik menjadi hal yang wajar yang harus disikapi secara matang dan dewasa.
Jadi demokrasi tidak universal, tergantung kondisi.
Perjuangan keterwakilan politik perempuan itu lebih banyak didorong oleh masyarakat sipil.
Korupsi menjadi hambatan besar bagi kemajuan demokrasi.
Sektor usaha yang masih terus ada gitu, Lagi-lagi karena banyak orang-orang politiknya di sana.
Praktik berkesenian yang sehat mencerminkan demokrasi yang sehat di satu negara.
Demokrasi kita itu bisa digambarkan dari beberapa kasus.
Bahwa partisipasi aktif dari masyarakat dan pemberdayaan warga negara adalah kunci efektivitas demokrasi.
Desentralisasi adalah pilar utama dari visi demokrasi beliau.
Sekaligus alat utama oleh para pendiri negara untuk mencapai cita-cita
Demokrasi, proses pembuatan kebijakan dalam kehidupan kita.
Inklusif ya, dengan memberdayakan pemerintah daerah untuk mendengarkan aspirasi atau harapan dari masyarakat lokal.
Partisipasi yang bermakna ini punya dampak positif tentang perjuangan tanpa kekerasan, tentang memperoleh kembali haknya dengan harkat dan martabat yang
Of course, I want to extend my deep appreciation for the great cooperation with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and for us to have this opportunity to support the Habibie Center.
Untuk berbagai pengalaman dan pemikiran tentang bagaimana kita dapat memperkuat demokrasi dengan mendorong partisipasi yang bermakna dari masyarakat sipil.
Dan preferensi politik menjadi hal yang wajar yang harus disikapi secara matang dan dewasa.
Jadi demokrasi tidak universal, tergantung kondisi.
Perjuangan keterwakilan politik perempuan itu lebih banyak didorong oleh masyarakat sipil.
Korupsi menjadi hambatan besar bagi kemajuan demokrasi.
Sektor usaha yang masih terus ada gitu. Lagi-lagi karena banyak orang-orang politiknya di sana.
Praktik berkesenian yang sehat mencerminkan demokrasi yang sehat di satu negara.
Demokrasi kita itu bisa digambarkan dari beberapa kasus.
Bahwa
A very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Habibie Center's International Seminar under the theme of Reimagining ASEAN for the Future, Navigating Regional and Global Dynamics in Multipolar World. My name is Naufal Bagus Pratama, and I am honored to serve as your host for today's seminar. We will soon begin the opening session, so please find a seat and make sure to make yourself comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our heartfelt welcome to all of our honorable guests, ambassadors, representatives, foreign diplomat of foreign partners, government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start our seminar today, I would like to humbly invite all of you to stand up for Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much. You may now be seated. Prominent guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Habibie Center was established 26 years ago and is rooted in a deep aspirations of bringing to life a society that respects and upholds democracy and human rights values. Today's seminar is a part of a series of events commemorating its 26th anniversary. Our today's seminar will feature two sessions. First session will bring together experts, academics, and practitioners to assess Malaysia ASEAN chairmanship in 2025, the directions of the Philippines' upcoming chairmanship, and also to discuss the new ASEAN Community Vision 2045. And the second session will feature the launch of an edited volume on a similar theme, during which 3 selected authors will present their chapters. Before we proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming and invite Dr. Muhammad Hassan Ansori, the Executive Director of the Habibie Center, to deliver his remark. To Dr. Ansori, the floor is yours.
Good morning, selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to especially welcome Ms. Nurdiana Badruddin, Consular Permanent Mission of Malaysia to ASEAN. Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, the Chair of Board Director of the Habibie Center, Professor Angel Damayanti, Professor of International Security, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Dr. Matthias Lee, Associate Professor, Department of Diplomacy and International Relations, Tam Kang University, Taiwan, Dr. Lucio Blanco Pitlo, President of the Philippine Association for Chinese Study and Research Fellow at the Asia Pacific Pathway to Progress Foundation, Bapak Wardiman, our former Minister of Education during the period of President Habibie, Your Excellencies, the Ambassador of Partners Countries, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Habibie Center, it is an honor for me to welcome you to our full-day international seminar on Reimagining ASEAN for the future, navigating regional and global dynamic in multipolar world. Like the MC said, and very just for your information, that today's international seminar is actually a series of our activities in commemorating our 26th anniversary. The Habibie Center was established by President Habibie and family in 1999. Starting with the Habibie Democracy Forum on November 18, that was opened with a speech by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, and then followed by a series of the parallel session. And yesterday, on the same hotel and same room here, we have also a national seminar on the green democracy, on the transition energy, and also climate change. And today, so is the conclusion and final of our activities of commemorating our anniversary. So thank you very much again for your coming and presence here. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, this year we have witnessed some key development and breakthroughs during the 2025 Malaysia ASEAN Chairmanship, including the adoption of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, our shared future. Through its renewed community vision, ASEAN not only recognized the urgency to strategically navigate current regional security and economic dynamics, but also anticipate future and emerging mega trends in order to seize the opportunities, tackle challenges, and strengthen its global competitiveness. One of the biggest tasks for ASEAN is to strike the right balance between the ambition reflected in the vision and the practical steps that are needed to navigate an increasingly complex international relation. At the same time, ASEAN will continue to face pressures from within the region and from outside. This pressure will test the organization's capacity to stay united, respond quickly and accurately to emerging issues, and maintain the central role in the regional architecture. It is with this awareness and in this moment, with the intention of building on current momentum, we are gathered here today for this one-day, full-day international seminar. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our international seminar today actually consists of two different sessions. Like our MC mentioned before, in the first session of today's seminar, the Habibie Center aimed to get insight from scholar, expert that have been present here in this room, and we invite you and them to engage in the discussion to have a comprehensive outlook on ASEAN. And in this session, we will take a look at ASEAN key progress under Malaysia chairmanship, learn key takeaways from the latest ASEAN summit, identify challenges for the region, as well as look ahead to next championship under the Philippines, and explore how the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 can help the region to navigate regional and global dynamic in the increasingly multipolar world. For the second session of today's seminar, the Habibie Center will have the pleasure of launching our regular edited volume, which carries the same title as this international seminar. So we are inviting three selected authors to present their books chapter, especially on ASEAN dual role, in addressing supply chain weaponization into the Pacific, labor issues, and cybercrime, as well as reimagining ASEAN future, relevant through the active non-alignment approach. This publication is actually the second edited volume produced by the Habibie Center within these 2 years, which addresses diverse and rich topics. Beyond 3 topics that will be presented by the author later in the second session, this book also offers a broad spectrum of perspective and expertise, ranging from the evolution of ASEAN community vision, ASEAN institutionalism, a dynamic of great power reference and unilateralism, and ASEAN strategic relations with its partners. Together, this chapter aims to offer valuable insight and evidence-based references to help ASEAN address the challenges, as well as to enlighten the path to navigate the global dynamic in the multipolar world. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope this international seminar serves as a platform for meaningful dialogue and collaboration. I'm confident that our distinguished speakers, moderators, and guests today will offer a new perspective and actionable recommendation for ASEAN in navigating the evolving regional and global development. Finally, again, on the behalf of the Habibie Center, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, speakers, distinguished guests, and partners. We believe without them, this event would not have been possible. I look forward to engaging in fruitful discussion and gaining new insight that will contribute to a better, inclusive, agile, and forward-looking ASEAN. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ansori, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Her Excellencies Ambassador Sarah Al-Bakri de Fadason, who is unable to be here today due to some unforeseen circumstances, please join me to welcome and invite Ms. Nur Diana Badarudin, the Counselor for the Permanent Mission of Malaysia to ASEAN. To Ms. Nur Diana, the stage is yours.
Mr. Muhammad Hassan Ansori, Executive Director of the Habibie Center, honorable speakers, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Firstly, I would like to express and convey deep regret from Her Excellency Ambassador Sarah Al-Bakri de Fadason, our permanent representative of Malaysia to ASEAN in Jakarta. Due to unforeseen circumstances, she is unable to join us today, but we would like to express our appreciation for the invitation for her to deliver the keynote address. And on behalf of her today, I'm here to deliver the keynote address. On the commemoration of the 26th anniversary of the Habibie Center, please allow me to begin by extending our heartiest congratulations on achieving this important milestone. It is a great pleasure to be invited by the Habibie Center to deliver the keynote address at this seminar entitled Reimagining ASEAN for the Future, Navigating Regional and Global Dynamics in a Multipolar World. This conversation is particularly timely as ASEAN navigates a rapidly evolving geopolitical, economic, and technological environment, and as we lay the foundations for the next 2 decades to realize the vision of ASEAN 2045, our shared future. As chair of ASEAN in 2025, Malaysia has aspired to lead ASEAN with a firm commitment to unity, resilience, and forward-looking cooperation, ensuring that our region's long-term aspirations are supported by tangible progress on the ground. We have worked with other member states to manage political conflicts, tariff shocks, supply chain pressures, and rapid technological change. During the 46th ASEAN Summit, the then 10 members of ASEAN embarked on an ambitious 20-year plan with the adoption of ASEAN 25, Our Shared Future. The ASEAN 2045, Our Shared Future, is a new vision for ASEAN that succeeds the ASEAN 2025 Forging Ahead Together, which was adopted in 2015, also during Malaysia's chairmanship. It is a long-term strategic document that will chart the future direction of ASEAN in the next 2 decades. It articulates ASEAN's aspirations towards realizing a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN community by 2045. It also envisions a developed ASEAN as the epicenter of growth in the Indo-Pacific region. The vision serves as a roadmap to further strengthen regional community building agenda, placing peoples at the heart of ASEAN's efforts. It contains a broad strategic outlook that will guide ASEAN in addressing the impacts of existing and future megatrends and their inherent opportunities while maintaining ASEAN centrality. This vision also seeks to elevate ASEAN's position as an effective global player that can contribute positively and meaningfully to global development. Recognizing the need to equip our peoples with global resilience, ASEAN 2045 sets out ASEAN's shared long-term ambitions for a resilient, innovative, dynamic, prosperous, and people-centered region. It is designed to ensure that ASEAN remains a key driver of peace, stability, and growth, while continuing to lead on regionalism and multilateralism in a rapidly evolving global landscape. The vision reaffirms ASEAN's commitment to regional integration through its three foundational pillars, namely the ASEAN Political Security Community, APSC, the ASEAN Economic Community, AEC, and the ASEAN Sociocultural Community, ASCC. At its core, ASEAN 2045, under the Political Security pillar, is a powerful commitment to uphold peace, security, and stability through ASEAN-led mechanisms, enhance its role in regional and global affairs, and promotes a rules-based international order. The vision reaffirms the grouping's commitment to a Southeast Asia free of nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, alongside the peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, also known as UNCLOS. Economically, the vision paints a compelling picture of ASEAN as a major global economic powerhouse and a seamlessly integrated single market driven by sustainability, innovation, and good governance. It also highlights financial resilience, inclusive growth, and empowerment of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, as key drivers of regional development. In the sociocultural sphere, ACV 2045 envisions a people-centered ASEAN where quality of life is enhanced through transformative education, decent employment, universal health coverage, human security, and fostering a shared ASEAN identity. The vision also champions connectivity, aiming for a region linked by sustainable infrastructure, interoperable digital systems, resilient logistics, and enhanced people-to-people linkages. In recognizing the dynamic and complex global environment, ASEAN also acknowledged the importance of strengthening its institutional capacity and responsiveness in addressing global and regional challenges. The 46th ASEAN Summit and related summits held in Kuala Lumpur recently, from 26 to 28 of October 2025, further strengthened ASEAN's unity and international standing. A major historic milestone during the 47th summit was the signing of the Declaration on the Admission of Timor-Leste into ASEAN, officially welcoming Timor-Leste as the 11th member state after a 14-year journey since its application. This moment reflects ASEAN's commitment to inclusivity and to strengthening the ASEAN community as we move forward toward 2045. Another significant achievement was the signing of the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord between Cambodia and Thailand, witnessed by the US President and facilitated through Malaysia's leadership as ASEAN Chair. This accord aimed to end the border tensions between our two neighbors and was widely recognized by leaders as a major diplomatic milestone. The accord is evidence that ASEAN can play a meaningful role in facilitating peaceful solutions to intra-regional disputes, and that bilateral issues must never undermine ASEAN solidarity and hinder ASEAN's collective progress. Amid the summit discussions, leaders strongly reaffirmed the importance of ASEAN unity and centrality, especially in light of growing geopolitical uncertainty and intensifying major power competition. They stressed that ASEAN must strengthen its autonomy and avoid being drawn into rivalries that could diminish its relevance. Leaders also expressed concern over the increasingly complex geo-economic environment and its implications for ASEAN's economic security, particularly in relation to shifting global trade patterns and supply chain disruptions. At the same time, ASEAN celebrated substantial progress in the negotiations for the Digital Economic Framework Agreement, known as DEFA, which is now more than 70% concluded. Leaders look forward to signing the agreement next year, anticipating that DEFA could unlock up to USD 2 trillion in digital economic potential if fully maximized. Discussions across the ASEAN Plus 1, ASEAN Plus 3, and the East Asia Summit engagements demonstrated strong support for ASEAN centrality and for the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, AOIP. Dialogue partners consistently emphasized the need to enhance connectivity, promote green growth, advance energy transition, and support MSMEs, while also recognizing the vital role of ASEAN youth in shaping the region's future. Taken together, the achievements at the summits demonstrate ASEAN's capability to respond to emerging challenges with unity and strategic foresight. As we look ahead to ASEAN's 2026 chairmanship and the long-term horizon of 2045, several priorities emerge clearly. ASEAN must ensure that the operationalization of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 continues in a systematic and inclusive manner. Digital transformation, particularly through DEFA, must become a cornerstone of all community building efforts. Economic resilience, supply chain robustness, and support for MSMEs will need to be prioritized to safeguard ASEAN against future shocks. Most importantly, ASEAN must continue to strengthen unity and centrality, ensuring that our region remains a stabilizing force and an anchor for cooperation in an increasingly complex global environment. Our young people must also be empowered, as they will be the ones to lead ASEAN into its Vision 2045 future. Amid intensifying climate impacts across South Asia, ASEAN is strengthening its collective climate response through a coordinated regional strategy, guided by the ASEAN State of Climate Change Report and the ASEAN Climate Change Strategic Action Plan 2025-2030. Member states are advancing both mitigation and adaptation, expanding renewable energy, improving energy efficiency, and mobilizing green finance. Central to this effort is the ASEAN Strategy for Carbon Neutrality, which charts a pathway toward a resilient, low-emissions future, while recognizing the need for equitable transition and shared responsibility across the region. In conclusion, Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship in 2025 has been a year of historic milestones, from welcoming Timor-Leste as our 11th ASEAN member state to facilitating the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord, thus advancing important diplomatic achievements and adopting ASEAN 2045 as our shared guide for the future. But beyond these milestones, what matters most is whether our people can feel the real benefits of the decisions we make. As we move forward together, let us stay committed to building a peaceful, prosperous, and people-centered ASEAN, one that remains united in purpose and bold in its aspirations as we look toward 2045. On behalf of Malaysia, we commend Habibie Center for convening this event, and we wish everyone an enlightening discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nurdiana, for such inspiring remark. To Ms. Diana, please kindly remain on the stage as I invite Dr. Muhammad Hassan Ansori to come up to the stage for a quick photo session and handing the token of appreciation. Okay, please kindly remain on the stage, Pak Ansori and Ms. Nurdiana. Now I would like to invite Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar to also come up to the stage and join us for a quick photo session. Okay, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to our main agenda for today. Welcome to the first session of the Habibie Center's International Seminar under the theme of Reimagining ASEAN for the Future, Navigating Regional and Global Dynamics in a Multipolar World. The recently launched ASEAN Community Vision 2045 serves as a long strategic blueprint to strengthen ASEAN capacity to better navigate global challenges and an increasingly complex regional and global landscape for the next 2 decades. The renewed visions emerge in the context of a very fast-changing geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape shaped by the impacts of the pandemics, geopolitical tensions, regional and international conflicts, major power rivalries, and also trade wars. Amidst this heightened uncertainty and increasing multipolarity, the vision is expected to serve as the principal gauge for ASEAN's resilience and relevance in effectively navigating internal, regional, and also global complexities. So, to discuss the topic further, I would like to especially welcome and invite our honorable moderators and speakers for the first session to take their seat on the stage. So, to Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, the Chairman of Board of Director of the Habibie Center and Research Professor of National Research and Innovation Agency, and also Professor Angel Damayanti, Professor of International Security, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, to also Dr. Mateus Lee, Associate Professor, Department of Diplomacy and International Relations, Tamkang University, and also Mr. Lucio Blanco Pitlo, the President of the Philippines Association for Chinese Studies. Please make your way to the stage and make yourself comfortable. Distinguished guests, this session will be moderated by Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar. Professor Dewi is a well-known and widely respected scholar in the fields of international relations. She has written extensively on Indonesia foreign policy, ASEAN affairs, and many more. Currently, she is the chair of the board of directors at the Habibie Center and also a research professor at National Research and Innovation Agency. So without any further ado, to Professor Dewi, I offer to you.
Thank you very much, Mas Nofal, for that kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. This room is very cold. I think it's intentional that all the seminar rooms throughout the ASEAN region is extremely cold to make sure that we don't fall asleep during our discussions. So I have the honor to moderate this session today about reimagining ASEAN for the future, navigating regional and global dynamics in a multipolar world. And I just do a bit of infomercial. Yesterday, my article on ASEAN appeared in the Jakarta Post, focusing more on the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific and how it is aligned with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. And this came about, it was the points were made during my recent presentation, which is just a few weeks ago in KL, who hosted the ISIS Malaysia and MOFA hosted the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Forum, looking at ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific and the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. So for those of you who have access to Jakarta Post, just note that
digital gitu dari opsi ini gitu. Next.
Sorry.
Nah, ini akan masuk ke tantangan dalam.
I think we have a problem of audio here. Yeah, technical problem. There's multiply effects from the other. Yeah, but I just like to mention that the printed copy in the Jakarta Post has 2 errors. Typos, that it was instead of ACV 2045, it said 2025, so the editor's not careful. But in the online version, which is longer, it is corrected. the teknisi tolong dong cek ke seberang, jangan bocor begitu bilang. Yeah. Okay, so I am happy to introduce three speakers with very different expertise and hopefully also different perspectives, but we're all united in our love and desire for the success of ASEAN. Yeah. So the first speaker is Professor Anjo Damayanti. She is a professor of international security at the International Relations Study Program, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences of FISIPOL, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, UKI, in Jakarta. And her academic journey includes an undergraduate degree in international relations in UKI, a graduate program in IR also from UKI, and then she did her studies also in RI at RSIS and NTU Singapore, and a doctoral program in international relations from University of Science Malaysia. So at the people-to-people level, we're okay, yeah? So she has done her work in Singapore, and she has also studied in Malaysia. And she has produced a number of significant number of publications, including Counterterrorism in the Digital Era, Strengthening Indonesian Policies on Addressing the Lone Wolf Threat and Online Radicalization, and the Politics of Labeling TNPPB OPM, this is on Papua, as Terrorist Explanation Process and Implications. So without further ado, Ibu Angel, the organizer has asked you to look at building ASEAN's strategic future, lessons from the 47th Summit, and Malaysia's chairmanship in the political security pillar. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sistem pembayaran terbaik, jaringan terbaik.
Very good morning to all of us. Yeah, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for sure for Habibie Center, who has invited me to be here, and all the organizer, Prof. Dewi Fortuna Anwar, and all the distinguished participants, all the speakers and students whom I'm proud to address. So please allow me this morning to discuss a topic that is very, highly relevant and important for the future of ASEAN. So, let me share my ideas or my opinion about From Kuala Lumpur to 2045, Recalibrating ASEAN's Political Security Strategy after the 47th Summit. So with this title, where to, but it doesn't work? Yeah. Okay. So with this title, I would like to share the ideas about why we need to recalibrate and what happened in the 47th ASEAN Summit. And we need to explore as well the achievement that has been mentioned by the representative from Malaysia, the achievement, but also we have some shortcoming of the ASEAN for sure, and the ASEAN Community Vision of 2045, and we will also discuss about the implication and the risk, and how to make this 2045 vision real. Yes, first, why ASEAN needs to recalibrate its community strategy, especially for the political security pillar, because that's what I'm going to talk about in achieving this ASEAN Community Vision. First, we need to clearly review, we need to clearly review the results of the 47th ASEAN Summit and other related summits, and how these results matter for ASEAN's strategic trajectory. Secondly, as part of ASEAN community, we have to clearly understand the achievement and as well as the shortcoming of ASEAN, particularly in the political and security pillar. And third, we need also to understand what is behind the doors of ASEAN Community Vision 2045, including the consensus building, the power dynamics, and the strategic leverage. So with these three subjects, I hope that my presentation this morning can provide an overview of outcomes, the chairmanship's evaluation, implication for Vision 2045, and policy prescriptions for ASEAN, and for sure, its member state to achieve its vision. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So, to open my discussion, I would like to highlight 5 important points of the ASEAN political security pillar under Malaysia's chairmanship in 2025. Some of them has been elaborated by a Malaysia representative, which is very good. So, let me discuss about the first one. From the Malaysian chairmanship in 2025, we can say that ASEAN remains the leader of the regional architecture, and ASEAN is widening its agenda. With Malaysia as the chairman in 2025, ASEAN continues to convene leaders and manage multiple ASEAN-led forum such as East Asian Summit, ASEAN Regional Forum, ASEAN +3, and to operationalize the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific and community visioning toward 2045. So these processes and forums keep ASEAN central to regional diplomacy and security dialogue. Second, Malaysia's 2025 chairmanship pulls a proactive and outward-looking agenda, as Malaysia framed the caption of inclusivity and sustainability idea and emphasized political security priorities that has been mentioned just now about the peace, the humanitarian issues, and regional stability, while hosting such a number of key summits. For example, under 2025 chairmanship, member states of ASEAN issued a joint statement via ASEAN Defense Minister meeting calling for enhanced cooperation in artificial intelligence in defense and endorsing the conducting of ASEAN United States maritime exercise. So this shows ASEAN under Malaysia's chair trying to modernize its security cooperation beyond traditional diplomacy, acknowledging the non-traditional threat, technological change, and maritime security challenges. And while doing this, at 2025, Malaysia hosted, I think, over than 300 ASEAN-related meetings. Correct me if I'm wrong. More than 300 meetings, from facilitating the initial ceasefire of Thailand, Cambodia, to managing renewed engagement from US and China. So this draws regional and extra-regional leaders and delegation. So apparently, Malaysia used its chairmanship as a platform to raise ASEAN's profile globally, with showing ASEAN as a cohesive bloc capable of convening major powers, shaping dialogue, and influencing regional security dynamics. Can we give a big applause for Malaysia for doing this, which is very good. Thank you so much. And secondly, Myanmar remains the biggest challenge and a persistent credibility gap. With 3.5 million internally displaced persons, 1.4 million refugees, and more than 6,700 civilian deaths, it becomes a tremendous issue of human rights violations in the region. ASEAN's 5-point consensus, unfortunately, on Myanmar, has yet produced a political settlement its architect hoped for. So the continuing violence, humanitarian collapse, and junta plans for election have undermined ASEAN's ability to collective action, exposing limits of influence, and moreover, ASEAN principle of non-interference limits its ability to respond decisively to internal conflicts. Third, great power competition raises the stakes for ASEAN neutrality and centrality. The intensifying of US-China strategic competition, plus more security partnership, both multilateral and bilateral in the Indo-Pacific, complicate ASEAN's role. It is essential to note that ASEAN members pursue external partnership individually, including with the US and China, For example, 7 members of ASEAN, leaving Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Timor-Leste, joined the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, or IPEF. And many of them have bilateral trade and investment agreement with China, while using ASEAN forums to manage tension collectively. So this situation creates both opportunities for diplomacy and resources, for sure, but at the same time, creates risks with divergent member priorities and interests. The last one, security agenda broadens beyond conventional threats, but with capability gaps. Issues like cybersecurity, climate-related security, humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and non-traditional threats featuring terrorism, transnational crime, or disinformation often appears in APSC discussion. However, the capability gaps across the member states remain. Sorry. Now, let's go to the achievement of Malaysia chairmanship in 2025. We have to acknowledge that the 47th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur resulted in 5 points that also marked the achievement of Malaysia as the chair of ASEAN. First, Timor-Leste finally admitted as the 11th ASEAN member after waiting like almost 14 years since the first proposal in 2011. Timor-Leste finally became the member of ASEAN. So this is the first expansion of ASEAN over 2 decades. The last one is Cambodia in 1999. So with full membership, Timor-Leste will now have access to ASEAN mechanism more fully, including the key treaties and community building frameworks that could significantly support Timor-Leste's development. Timor-Leste accession underscores also the ASEAN's commitment to inclusivity, which is the Malaysian themes, expanding the ASEAN family both geographically and institutionally. Second, under Malaysia's chairmanship, there were 12 out of 18, so 2/3 priority economic deliverables PAD proposed by Malaysia were accomplished, reflecting concrete progress under the inclusivity and sustainability agenda of Malaysia. So this should be considered as an achievement with 4 strategic thrusts: enhancing trade and investment, deepening regional connectivity, advancing inclusive and sustainable growth, and accelerating digital transformation. Number 3, we may say that the 47th ASEAN Summit under Malaysia chairmanship reaffirmed its 2045 vision of our shared future. This is actually a long-term vision launched under Malaysia's chairmanship and strategic roadmap for a resilient, innovative, dynamic, sustained, and people-centered community of ASEAN. Fourth, under Malaysian chairmanship, ASEAN published joint statement highlights the cooperation on transnational crime, cybersecurity, and external partnership. For example, during the 47th Summit, ASEAN adopted leaders' declaration on enhancing cooperation in locating and arresting criminal fugitives. This is to acknowledge the importance of cross-border law enforcement cooperation. Prior to that, in the 15th ASEAN Foreign Minister meeting in July 2025, Foreign Minister noted the increasing threats from cybercrime and online scam. So they committed to greater synergy in implementing relevant UN protocols and calls for digital resilience in their joint communique. The last one, the achievement of Malaysia, as already mentioned, the Kuala Lumpur Peace Accord between Thailand and Cambodia. It was signed in the summit, and this signalized a political security breakthrough brokered under ASEAN chairmanship, demonstrating ASEAN acting as a mediator. So now let's go into the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. Let me explain about the process of consensus. There are 4 points that I want to elaborate. First, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, with the theme Resilient, Innovative, Dynamic, and People-Centered ASEAN, was officially again adopted at the 46th ASEAN Summit in May 25 in Kuala Lumpur. This is again the achievement of Malaysia, right? And this vision comprises a compendium of 6 strategic plans that cover ASEAN 3 pillars: connectivity and institutional strengthening. Third, the construction of ASEAN Community Vision 2045 using the model of bottom-up plus top-down governance model. This is involving the ASEAN leaders, ASEAN Secretariat as the core coordinator, ASEAN 3 pillars community, track 1.5 and track 2 for consultative role, including elite and epistemic community, the think tank, business council, private sector, civil society, and youth platform. And the last one, the vision, the ACV Vision 25, explicitly takes into account that has been mentioned by the director of Habibie Center, the mega trends. What I mean by megatrends is the phenomena or the trends that has global impact, such as intensifying US-China strategic rivalry, digital transformation and AI, climate change and energy transition, demographic change and economic shift as critical drivers for shaping ASEAN futures. Now, let's see how this ACV impact ASEAN, both the dynamics in internal ASEAN and external ASEAN. Prof. Dewi, please remind me if I have. Okay, let me be quick. So, there are some internal power dynamics here. From the internal power dynamics, we have diverse development levels. We can see the difference between the Singapore and the Timor-Leste. Singapore GDP like almost 3 times of Malaysia, 9 times of Indonesia, and almost 30 times of Myanmar and Timor-Leste. So this divergence make unified implementation of a grand visions more difficult. Talking about institutional capacity, strengthening ASEAN institution and calling for more agile, adaptive, and decisive is politically sensitive. Some states may resist ceding more authority to ASEAN bodies. And talking about norms and real politics, ASEAN vision with its normative languages such as rule of law, human right could clash with ASEAN's traditional non-interference norm. Some states may prioritize sovereignty or bilateralism over deeper regional integration. Talking about the external power dynamics, we know about the great power influence, the major power of the US and China and some others. So these great power have significant strategic and economic stakes in Southeast Asia. So the vision's ambition to strengthen ASEAN centrality and be primary driving force in regional architecture, particularly in the political and security section, might reflect both aspiration and risk. The economic dependency to particular country, the trade competition, and the issue of South China Sea clearly explain about this. And the partner alignment, some external actors may align with parts of the vision more than others. For example, China may support infrastructure, and the other may prioritize the digital governance, climate finance, or norms. And global, the last one is global governance pressures. As ASEAN seeks to project its voice in global issues such as security, climate, and economic governance, it will navigate a complex field of competing global norms. ASEAN's ability to shape global governance depends on the internal unity and how effectively ASEAN can act within multilateral forum. My last slide is, okay, let me go through this.
Very quickly, your time is...
Yeah, sure. So, this is my recommendation, how to make this 2045 vision become real. First, we need the institutional reform. Update the way how ASEAN operates as a regional organization. This is to ensure that decisions are not only made, but also actually implemented. ASEAN needs to respond crises more quickly and less constrained by the weakness of slow consensus mechanism. And this, ASEAN needs to ensure ASEAN has a bureaucratic capacity like maybe to some extent the European Union. So by this, ASEAN might operate the informal crisis cells and early warning information sharing and operationalize limited time-bound mandates and that can bypass paralysis during emergencies. Secondly, the consensus hedging. This is to avoid total paralysis and destroying ASEAN's identity at the same time. Hedging here means the internal governance to reduce risk without fully committing to a radical change. So ASEAN keeps the consensus principle legally and symbolically, but at the same time adopt the flexible, selective, and minilateral approaches that allow subset of ASEAN members to proceed with cooperation. We have heard the idiom, everyone still claims to agree on consensus, but not everyone has to move at the same speed. The third one is strategic partnership, and the last one is the political security. But since I have not much time, but maybe we can discuss about the last two or about the recommendation in the discussion session. So I return it to Professor Dewi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Angel, a very comprehensive overview, and it's a lot to cover, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions because you have only talked about the good things, and we haven't talked about the various issues. I'm sure that will be coming from the floor later. The second speaker will speak about navigating economic challenges, evaluating Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship, and re-strategizing regional cooperation. Dr. Matthias Lee is the Associate Professor at the Department of Diplomacy and International Relations at Tamkang University and Director of the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Studies Center at Tamkang University. You have a long CV, but since we have a short time, I better give extra time to you to give your presentation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished fellows, and esteemed guests in the room, good morning. I'm Matthias Lee. I'm from Tamkang University in Taiwan. It's my honor to present my points of view about the topic, navigating economic challenges in ASEAN in the room today. And there's a room for improvements. So if you have any suggestions or feedback, so please feel free to tell me after this at the discussion. And today, so my points of view will be expressed in 3 points. Firstly, so to evaluate the achievements and shortcomings of Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship in the economic field. So as we know that in a multipolar world, there are different schemes, regimes, and institutions. Therefore, there are uncertainties, and also amid the increasing conflicts and intensifying competitions among the great powers, uncertainties are increasing. So we have to do something to counter the external shocks. So this is one of the aims of the topic today. And to reduce the risk led by uncertainties, so one of the best strategies for ASEAN development is to implement the strategy of internal cohesion and external diversification into actions. And also a trade is one of the main drivers or the decisive factors of ASEAN's economic development. So this study tries to focus on trade, particularly on exports. And also to adapt the reshape of the global trade patterns and emerging changes and dynamics in the global supply chain, ASEAN can strengthen its economic resilience by 2 actions, which is echoing the strategy. Firstly, it is the internal cohesion by increasing the intra-ASEAN trade. And the second action is to diversify the external risk by diversifying the composition of non-ASEAN trading partners to all the ASEAN member states. And this study proposes 2 measurable economic indicators to evaluate or to assess how to evaluate the internal cohesion and external diversification. So the first measurement is So I constructed the ratio of export to each ASEAN member states to its total export, the ratio, to show and to measure the level, the degree of increasing intra-ASEAN trade. So to show that how strong is the connection between each ASEAN member state to the whole ASEAN. And the data was collected from the database constructed by the International Trade Center of the World Trade Organization from 2005 to up to the August of 2025. And now the diagram shows you the ratio, or I should say the increasing intra-ASEAN trade of 6 major ASEAN countries from 2005 to 2025. If you compare with the black solid line, so which is the ASEAN average, the red line is Malaysia. So in the past 25 years, Malaysia is implementing and to strengthen its connection between Malaysia and ASEAN. So this is one of the ways to hedge the risk, the external risk outside ASEAN. And so I think this is a good model, okay, for hedging the risk. And then secondly, for the external diversification, I used the HHI index in economics to construct a concentration ratio or concentration index of the ASEAN country to the composition of non-ASEAN trading partners. And this index is to try to measure the level of diversification of the external risk. Because we know that there are lots of external shocks outside ASEAN, so we have to hedge or we have to diversify and to reduce the potential risks and damages which may be caused by external shocks. And that HHI is any number between 0 and 1. And how to apply it? When the number is getting bigger, so that means it is more concentrated on particular selected non-ASEAN countries. So that means less diversification. On the other hand, when the number is getting smaller or when it closes to 0, so that means it is less concentrated or more diversified to the composition of non-ASEAN trading partners. So that means to diversify the risk. And then I estimated the HHI concentrations of 6 major ASEAN countries, as shown in the table. So in Malaysia, there are 2 interpretations. The first interpretation is in time series. So Malaysia, the HHI of Malaysia is decreasing, okay, in overall time, but it raised recently. It raised in the recent 5 years, and there are 2 facts of the interpretation. The first fact is on the average, Malaysia has effectively and successfully diversified its non-ASEAN trading partners. So that means Malaysia is more capable to counter the external risk. But at the same time, the second fact is the recent trends also shows that there is an increasing concentration of Malaysia towards a select group of non-ASEAN countries, especially the United States. So that means, and at the same time, Malaysia has to do more actions to diversify its external risk. And also the second perspective or the second interpretation is the cross-country comparisons. If we compare Malaysia with other countries, so the numbers of the Malaysia is one of the lowest. So that means, in conclusion, so Malaysia has successfully diversified its external risk by diversifying the composition of non-ASEAN countries. I think this is to echo or to reflect, to recollect with the aims and goals of ASEAN development goals. Try to strengthen the internal cohesion and to diversify the external risk. And I think we may apply the 2 measurements to evaluate or to formulate the policies in the future by applying the measurements. And then based on the findings, so we move to the second point, which is there any way to reformulate the strategies for ASEAN regional cooperation with the increasing global trade uncertainties? So firstly, to accord to connect or to return to goal. So there are two strategies for that. The first strategy is to promote the intra-ASEAN trade for internal cohesion, to strengthen the connection among the ASEAN member states. And the strategy is to diversify the composition of non-ASEAN countries in order to counter or to fight against the potential risks outside ASEAN. And also, there are two hot issues that may be applied for the two strategies. That is the development of digital trade and the semiconductor industry in ASEAN region. As we know that there are three phenomena in the development of digital trade. The first phenomenon is the acceleration of data flows and AI-driven services. And the second phenomenon is the emerging of digital platforms which may change or may reshape the pattern of digital trade in the world. And the last, which is the most challenge, is the fragmentation of regulations among regions. And so that we need cooperation to solve the problem of the global digital governance among the regions. And there are two models of digital trade governance in the world. One of them is proposed by US. So the US is going to promote and encourage the usage and application of open data. And also with the innovation-first approach, for example, with the establishment of IP system and patent system. And the second model is proposed by EU, which is a little bit different from the US model. So the EU proposed a strong regulations based on privacy and for the oversight, especially the GDPR, which is effective in 2023 to protect the private information. So that means the EU is going to limit the implication and application of open data, which is different from the US. And also based on, because of the sovereignty of data and the concern of cybersecurity. So EU is adapting a strict policy on digital data. So it shows that in the emerging era of AI and digitalization, the power in setting the standard and specification is critical and essential to the regulation and global digital governance. So for ASEAN, there is a good news. So as shown in the diagram, so ASEAN is almost the center of all the regional trade blocs in digital trade. So that means this is an advantage for ASEAN. Because ASEAN is the center of all the regional trade blocs, so ASEAN may fully utilize its advantage of interactions with the most regional trade blocs in the world. And how to do that? So firstly, ASEAN may have to cultivate talents and skilled laborers in in industries relevant to digital trade, AI industry, and semiconductor industry. And also to further develop ASEAN's digital, AI, and semiconductor industries, as well as FDI. So promoting international cooperation, which according the suggestion proposed by the first speaker, the international cooperation is essential and necessary. And the international cooperation with other economies may be an effective way to achieve the goal. So I would like to take Taiwan as an example. So how the semiconductor and AI industries are successfully developed in Taiwan. So there are 6 elements for the development of the AI and semiconductor industries in Taiwan, including the attracting foreign investments, the government efficiency, reliability, and transparency. And also with the high enterprise competitiveness and the high quality of higher education sector. And also, Taiwan is highly engaged in international cooperation in digital and AI protocols. Try to engage in the formulation of the international rules. And also because of the democratic supply chain, so which makes the AI industries and semiconductor industries were successfully established in Taiwan. So based on those stories and the facts, so how to identify the opportunities for ASEAN for further development? So there are my suggestions. So firstly, to keep implementing the strategy and the actions of internal cohesion. So that means to increase the intra-ASEAN trade, and also to diversify the potential external risks by diversifying the composition of non-ASEAN member states by external diversification. And then secondly, to reform the specialization among the ASEAN member states. So that means, take Taiwan as an example. The semiconductor industry in Taiwan implements a non-IDM mode, which is the specialization. So it makes Taiwan to be a big factory in semiconductor. And this may be implemented in ASEAN. So the process A can be implemented or conducted in member state A, and process B can be conducted in country B, so that finally the entire ASEAN may be seen as a big factory. Okay, and then to specialize for the cost reduction or to gain the comparative advantage in the world, so that it makes ASEAN to be more bigger and stronger. And then the third is to upgrade domestic industries with advanced technology through the investments, especially the foreign investments, or education and international cooperation. For the international cooperation, ASEAN can especially can fully engage and participate in the governance of cybersecurity, privacy, and digital governance, because ASEAN is almost the center of all the regional trade blocs. And finally, I to take Taiwan as an example of due to high quality of higher education and enterprise competitiveness in those disciplines in industries. So Taiwan can help ASEAN to cultivate talents and skilled labor. And finally, so we expect that the development of digital industry and semiconductor industry in ASEAN will be further developed through the international cooperation between ASEAN members and non-ASEAN members. And this is my presentation, and thank you for your time and welcome for any suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for keeping the time. Very, very insightful presentations. You only look at Malaysia because but it would be interesting because I see some in the intra-ASEAN trade. Malaysia might go up, but we are not sure about the other countries. So we'll look at that very carefully, and also in terms of diversification, you know, how successful each of the ASEAN member states are really at diversifying their external trade. So last but not least, we are going to look at what is happening next. So Dr. Lucio Blanco Pitlo III will talk about towards the Philippines ASEAN chairmanship and the urgency of ASEAN institutional reinforcement and revitalization. He's president of the Philippine Association for Chinese Studies and also research fellow at the Asia Pacific Pathways to Progress Foundation. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I will share prepared remarks. Before anything, I would like to first of all thank and congratulate the Habibie Center, Dr. Ansuri, for their 26th year anniversary and for organizing this international seminar on reimagining ASEAN for the future, navigating regional and global dynamics in a multipolar world. I'm very humbled to join distinguished experts from around the region to exchange views on ASEAN and issues that matter to the region. So the Philippines takes on the rotating ASEAN chairmanship next year. It comes at a very critical time for the region. Disturbing developments and trends provide ample reason to be cautious and vigilant. There's rising protectionism, the weaponization of economic interdependencies, the erosion of multilateralism, and the bifurcation of supply chains. These are all unraveling globalization and trade liberalization that long benefited the region. A bias toward bilateral trade deals may diminish ASEAN's collective weight and make individual members easy targets for major trade partners. This may result in opaque or less advantageous deals in which 11 members try to outcompete one another in an unhealthy race to the bottom, rather than negotiating as a bloc, which can give them more bargaining power to set some basic minimums. The emergence of disruptive technologies and the lack of agreed standards and norms for their use may privilege technologically advanced countries and render ASEAN a rule taker rather than a rule shaper. Attempts to upset the status quo and infringe international law in long-running regional flashpoints like the South China Sea, border spats leading to violence and displacement, as we have seen in the Cambodia-Thailand border tensions, the persistence of conflict and instability in Myanmar that bred scaled-up transnational crimes like fraud and illegal gambling call into question ASEAN's responsiveness. The adverse effects of climate change on agriculture and how it amplifies natural disasters require serious, sustained, long-term measures, including accelerating the adoption of green energy and mobility. The switch, or at least the increase in the share of new energy, renewables like solar and wind, and electric vehicles that diminish fossil fuel footprint can help greenhouse gas emissions. Escalating great power competition, the expansion of strategic and security groupings like BRICS and SCO, and the progress of security minilaterals like Quad test the cohesion, centrality, and relevance of ASEAN. Will ASEAN be just one of the many options for its members, rather than the default fundamental one to begin with? Will it be just one of several hats that individual members can wear when it suits them and set aside if it does not? If member states are stars, ASEAN may just be one of several competing constellations out there in the evening sky, not necessarily the brightest and most appealing all the time. Such a view may raise questions about the commitment of each member to the organization. Frustration with the ASEAN way and its gradual consensus-based approach may sow contempt or bitterness. But ASEAN is one of the most enduring and successful regional bodies, and that should not be taken for granted as members hedge and diversify their options in an increasingly complex and uncertain world. ASEAN's ability to withstand internal and external pressures and remain a key architect in the region's security and economic landscape will be tested. Reforming, recommitting to, and reinforcing ASEAN processes and mechanisms are crucial in weathering the storm. Reaching out to and expanding its pool of partners and network should be continued. The ASEAN-led RCEP Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is growing, with interest from Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Chile. Under Indonesia's able leadership in 2023, ASEAN signed cooperation agreements with the Pacific Islands Forum and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. This year, under the able leadership of Malaysia, the first ASEAN-China Gulf Cooperation Council Summit was convened. Such efforts should be sustained. As the 2026 ASEAN Chair, the Philippines adopted the theme, Navigating Our Future Together. It is a fitting theme, recognizing the challenges ahead and the demand to stay together to reach our desired destination. The opportunity to elevate and privilege its national priorities is too good to pass. However, Manila understands it is unwise to allow a single issue to dominate its stint. It cannot host guests from near and far and hold a banquet with only seafood on the table. Hence, rightfully, it set a broader agenda centered on 3 P's: peace, prosperity, and people. This corresponds to ASEAN's 3 community pillars: political security, economic, and socio-cultural. The Philippines aims to fortify peace and security anchors, strengthen prosperity corridors, and advance people empowerment. In the realm of peace, the country will promote dialogue and cooperation on regional security. It will advocate for the responsible and ethical use of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. It will aspire for strengthening ASEAN's capacity to respond to new and evolving challenges, harnessing tools like AI for early warning, maritime domain awareness, humanitarian assistance, and disaster response. The early conclusion of the Code of Conduct will be an aspiration. For that, relations with key coastal states will be crucial. The nature of the COC also matters. We already have a non-binding 2002 Declaration on the Conduct of Parties on the South China Sea. But that was already overtaken by so many developments and can no longer maintain order and stability in the international waterway. I do not think Manila and other littoral states are keen to see another similar instrument. On the Myanmar situation, the Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. appointed no less than the Philippines Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Maria Teresa Lazaro, as a special envoy. She was given the marching order of pursuing a, quote, constructive, principled, and inclusive approach to supporting the people of Myanmar, guided by her mandate and the 5-point consensus in working toward the peace, stability, and reconciliation. Instability in one member afflicts us all, affects us all. Scam and fraud hubs in border areas where central government has no or weak control undermine ASEAN's international reputation, challenge our ability to deal with transnational, non-traditional security threats, adversely affect tourism, and lead to cases of human trafficking, forced labor, and abuses, including by Filipinos, other ASEAN nationals, and even other foreign nationals, brought by these quote-unquote fake IT parks. Such cross-border criminal enterprises target victims in ASEAN, China, and beyond. We must do more police and law enforcement cooperation to address this common problem. For the second P, prosperity, the Chair, Philippines, will push to deepen economic integration through innovation and sustainability. It will aim for a, quote, digitally empowered community by promoting the safe, ethical, responsible, equitable, and sustainable adoption of AI in all areas such as trade facilitation, digitalization, and innovation, unquote. It will enhance regional competitiveness to support MSMEs, micro and small and medium enterprises. Unlike big multinationals or regional conglomerates, most MSMEs have little capacity to digest and utilize new and complex trade rules opened up by RCEP and ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement 3.0, among others. So capacity building is important to make them more familiar, make them more confident in using these rules so they can better gain from these regional FTAs. If under Malaysian chairmanship, ASEAN upgraded its free trade agreement with China to cover new areas like the green and digital economies and MSMEs, the Philippines term may aim to conclude for the ASEAN-Canada Free Trade Agreement. The Philippines will also work with fellow members to chart a strategic roadmap for the region's semiconductors and critical minerals as geopolitical tensions begin to exert its influence in these vital sectors. Another expected deliverable is the signing of the Digital Economy Framework Agreement. This may help set the stage for expanded cross-border digital transactions using local fintech solutions. I like the QRIS here in Indonesia, and possibly greater usage of local currency to mitigate currency exchange volatility. For the third P, people, the chair will aim to uplift the lives and resilience of ASEAN people. It will champion the responsible use of AI to enhance healthcare, education, youth empowerment, access to essential services, and promoting creativity. Technology should serve humanity, help improve governance, business, and ease people's lives. And we are also very aware of the concerns emanating from these new technologies, including misinformation, disinformation, and so we also have to take steps to improve cybersecurity. The Philippines chairship, we prefer to call it chairship, coincides with the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, the foundational treaty of ASEAN. Upholding ASEAN values in a more turbulent regional and global landscape has become more difficult, but all the more indispensable. As a founding member of ASEAN, the Philippines aims to contribute in achieving the long-term ASEAN Community Vision 2045, which Professor Damayanti very well described earlier. A Southeast Asia that is economically vibrant, resilient, connected and integrated, people-centered, and actively pursuing sustainable development. On that note, thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. You got a bonus of 1 minute, so we can have more time for discussions later. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard about 3 takes on ASEAN. The first is an overview from the ASEAN political security perspective. The second presentation is more on the economic overview. And then thirdly, on the upcoming Philippines chairship. I mean, this is going politically correct to I have no problem with chairmanship. Gender neutral, yeah, but very tongue-twisting, yes. It's a chairship with 3 Ps, yeah? The peace, prosperity, and people. So take notice of that. The KPIs will be in the 3 areas. To what extent all the various issues that you mentioned about a binding COC that is consistent with UNCLOS 1982, how we have solved the problem in Myanmar, and so on and so forth. Before I throw this to the floor, when Indonesia had the chairmanship, not the chairwomanship, the chairmanship in 2023, the Habibie Center, together with the Indonesian Academy of Sciences, held 3 seminars. The first quarter, the second quarter, and the final one. We look at it in different pillars, the ASEAN political security pillar, economic pillars, and then the final one giving the grades of the expectations. And the expectations were pretty high because, you know, at the time, there were 3 issues, and I think they're still here, which you have glossed over somehow. The COC, there was a lot of expectation that we may conclude, and then a real breakthrough on Myanmar, and then managing great power rivalry. And I can tell you that because based on these benchmarks, with clear expectations, there's high expectations, Indonesia did very poorly. In fact, didn't even get a passing grade for most of them, because of course we still have not had the COC, we still haven't solved the problem in Myanmar, and of course, you know, the bringing peace between Beijing and Washington is actually beyond our remit, you know. But you know, there are still areas where we can move. So before we move, you have glossed over this. I mean, you have just reviewed of what happened, and yes, you know. So this is more like a bulletin. You know, this is what happened. Etc. So give me your critical assessment. I'll just ask you this, the last one. We talk about the achievement of Malaysia in dealing with the peace, bringing Thailand and Cambodia to peace. We didn't talk about the fact that they shot and about 300 people got killed and thousands of people got displaced. What happened to ASEAN? What happened to the violation of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation? So can you tell me, what is your take on this? And why was it not even mentioned? We only mentioned the settlement, the bringing together of people, but the fact that 2 ASEAN member states violated the TAC, and what do we say about that? Yeah, so that is my first easy question to you before.
Yeah, so this is about the Thailand and Cambodia issue, is it? I mean, yeah. Yes, it did. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't elaborate that issue because I thought I'm trying to give more on the political and security and how Malaysia as a chairmanship has tried to elaborate on this. So actually, I have, there is one more slide that I don't explain it because of the time limit, talking about the implication and the risk, but not particularly on this issue like this, the conflict of the 2 member states, ASEAN member states. We have actually institutional constraint. It is in the, if we can show from the slide, in the 8th slide, because actually we need a strong political will, because some of the aspiration, let's say, the PED or some of the vision are just like remain aspirational. It means like many of the strategic goals may not be realized because of the ASEAN traditional models, the non-interference, the consensus mechanism. So this might constrain the ability, ASEAN ability to act decisively on that particular issue, especially when the ASEAN member states have different interests and perspectives. So somehow the norms there, like the non-interference, the consensus, becomes a constraint for ASEAN as an institution. And again, because of this issue, the Thailand and Cambodia, for example, because of the border issues, and some other, Thailand and Cambodia for sure, this is such a long history issue actually, because the border issue always, actually Indonesia also has a border issue with Timor-Leste, for example, but there is, maybe the violence is also there, but not too hurt like in this Thailand and Cambodia issues. But, so, yes, there is an, how to say, the inclusivity tension with, let's say, the ASEAN member state, the the normative goals, we still have a, like, how to say, problem with the limited capacity of the ASEAN member state itself. Let's say, I mentioned earlier that Singapore has a very high capacity with the GDP and all the capacity, the staff capacity, while perhaps in the Laos, Cambodia, or Timor-Leste, they still need to be developed for the capacity. So there is the tension or the gap between the ASEAN member state itself. And yeah.
So that is taken, but the question is, why after, ASEAN is quite old now, 60, and we have prided ourselves in becoming a security community, that we have this outbreak of clashes. I think that we need to ponder on that, So it's not, this is not the problem of Myanmar, but it's not the problem of the chair. But the fact that, the fact that we have this problem in two countries of ASEAN which are committed to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, and they've broken this. What should we do to prevent this? Should there be some sanctions against such violations? Later on, we need to think about that, and the comment, was it Prime Minister Anwar, according to Trump, it was him, who brought the ASEAN countries together. So this is something that we need to ponder, not gloss over it, Now, Dr. Lee, my questions to you is, just very briefly, the trade, is that a stagnation? Is it really possible for ASEAN to increase its internal cohesion? Because for the past 20 years, it's just at the 21% intra-ASEAN trade all the time. But is it real? Is this aspirational, or is it something that can be achieved?
Thank you for the good question. So the aim and the purpose of to increase the intra-ASEAN trade is to strengthen the connection among the member states. For example, if the member state A has a conflict with member state B, there may be a significant effect to the trade among the two states, and also the trade should, especially the export, should affect the economic development of the two states. So that means to cooperate with each other, trade may be a driver to promote cooperation among the states. So this is the purpose why I propose to increase the intra-ASEAN trade among the member states. So this is I think this is one of my purposes. Thank you.
We've been talking about that, but my question is, there's always been said that we are ASEAN member states are more competitive than complementary. So in terms of real space, do you in your studies, given a lot of declines, is there a real possibility, if you go into details a bit, for increased items to be traded as well as volumes to be traded among the ASEAN states? Not just a desire, but for your assessment, is it really possible to increase it significantly?
Okay, thank you for the second good question. I actually say I didn't make my answer more clearer, so that you may have more questions. So to be honest, the composition of goods in trade doesn't matter. For example, for the trade, we may emphasize what kind of product we traded. Is it an intermediate product or a consumer product? So if for the countries to upgrade its industry or the level of technology to enhance the competitiveness, the trade of intermediate goods may be a path to strengthen the competitiveness. Intermediate products means it is a real material for the next production, and it is not to be more substituted by other countries. because of specialization process in that country. It provides the comparative advantage to that country. So the introduction of intermediate products may be a focus on to reform the trade, the intra-ASEAN trade, so that with the trade of intermediate goods, it makes the ASEAN to be a big country as a whole, and then to export more final consumer goods which may not be substituted by other countries to the world. So I think this is a way to reflect to reflect the advantages and to strengthen competitiveness, and also to enhance the cooperation among the member states.
Okay, thank you. Because because you mentioned that they need to be specialized, so even shoes, male shoes, women's shoes, party shoes, and so on. Yeah. Okay. For the Philippines, here, I understand we had a meeting recently. Don Gil shared the same panel with me. You mentioned about the Philippines 3 Ps. But I think there is no doubt that the maritime issue is first and foremost in the Philippines' mind. There is this perception, correct me, but this is just a wrong perception, that the Philippines is really disappointed with ASEAN because ASEAN has not really backed the Philippines in 2016 after the PCA ruling, and then what happened earlier in Cambodia, and the microphones being switched off, and that kind of things. That is it true that the bilateral security relations with the U.S. is now much more important to the Philippines than ASEAN? You mentioned about, is ASEAN just one of various organizations, and maybe you can answer that for the Philippines. To what extent is ASEAN still considered to be important for the Philippines regarding the South China Sea in particular?
Thank you. Very good questions. First, on the South China Sea, I think it's expected that it would be high on the agenda, but I think that putting the COC conclusion as a expected outcome is at the present context of Philippines-China relations, that may be a tall order. And so I think the idea of trying to make it a more diverse, a basket of, deliverables agenda was, better taken in that light. That if the Philippines anchored its chairship or chairmanship in a single, document, the COC, and if it does not come out, then it would not look good on our term as ASEAN chairmanship. So therefore, we also have to canvass, other regional priorities, consult, other ASEAN partners and fellow ASEAN members in order to have a more comprehensive agenda that serves not only Philippines, but also ASEAN and its partners' interests. So on the matter of the importance of ASEAN in the Philippines' foreign policy and security calculus, I would say yes, that there's really this sense of frustration with ASEAN, the sense of, I remember before there was a newspaper article that says Philippines felt like an orphan back in 2012. I think, of course, I think it was the first time that ASEAN failed to issue a joint communique, and we have to thank the efforts of former Prime Minister Marty Natalegawa to do the shuttle diplomacy to salvage, to come up with a statement. So I think that expresses the sense of disillusionment by some people back home about the relevance of ASEAN when it comes to security flashpoints, notably the South China Sea. The Philippines, of course, understands that ASEAN members have different takes on different issues, and on some very polarizing and divisive issues like the South China Sea, it's always very difficult to have a solid baseline consensus, even among the 4 or 5 coastal states. So that is a given. So in recent years, we have seen the Philippines, of course, expand its security partnerships, deepen its alliance with the U.S., but also, diversify its economic and trade partners. We signed a bilateral FTA with South Korea. Of course, we have this year we have got into force the reciprocal access agreement with Japan. It's the first by Japan with an Asian country, and of course we have signed visiting forces agreement with New Zealand, I think Canada. We're also into similar negotiations with, if I'm not mistaken, France. But again, ASEAN remains and should remain important for the Philippines, because while your security partnerships with countries from outside the region, from very far places like Europe, increases, it's very important for technology, for economics, but also for defense. But within your neighborhood, your approach is not being understood well. I think that speaks a lot in terms of the need for the Philippines to communicate well, and at the same time to also get the support from within its immediate neighborhood.
Thank you. Now we have 17 minutes 37 seconds now. I'd like to open the floor for questions. Thank you. Please mention your names. I will take three. First from the right wing, the gentleman wearing the mask. If you, and then from the center. Okay, the one at the back, yeah, there. And then we'll try to have 2 rounds later, and then the lady on the other side. So, okay.
Hello, my name is Trapa from Blue Path Labs. Actually, I just want to ask a simple question. Like, what are like in Indonesian governments, we have like this lingo, we call it as quick wins, right? Like the short, achievable goals that needs to be done. Okay, so from each of the speakers, what are like the quick wins in the upcoming Philippines chairmanship? What are like the most important issue that needs to be discussed, like when the gavel already been transferred to another hands? In this time is Philippines. What is like the most important issue that needs to be done? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next, yes. So maybe this could start with you, but also the fact that we don't want each chair to take up to champion things and just abandoning what has happened in the past. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dewi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And thank you so much also for speakers, very excellent presentation. Refer to
your name, please introduce yourself.
My name Bambang Susanto from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta. Refer to the Asian navigating regional global in a multipolar world. I have 3 kind of important things. First is national interest, and the second one is regional ASEAN, and of course global multipolar world. I would like to ask especially to Professor Angel and Mr. Blanco in regard to how to consolidate between Asian countries in terms of national interest is very different. You know that now we have leadership in several member countries. For example, the Bongbong Marcos is the son of President Marcos. They have already knowing that how national interest Philippines at the times, and how Prabowo Subianto also, the son-in-law of Suharto, is very brief. And we know that Anwar Ibrahim is the experienced political player in Malaysia a long time ago. We know, of course, the Singaporeans, still quite big influence from Lee Kuan Yew and others. So they have very top national interests. Not easy to consolidate the same boat in the ASEAN. The second thing, how to navigate also the ASEAN as a boat in international dynamic era. It's not easy, especially, for example, South China Sea. We have COC. We know that the 4 countries climate state. Indonesia is no, but not easy, you know, when differences interests of national interests. So that's why I hope, Professor Dewi, this is very important seminar. So I would like to know this comment from speakers. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Yeah, this is always a question, you know, how do you align between national interests which sometimes contradict each other with regional interests, and then, you know, this how ASEAN navigates, which is the question, you know, now, the current turbulent seas. Third, thank you.
My name is Dor Paima Lumban Gaul. I'm from UN SDSN, Sustainable Development Solution Network. I have 2 questions, short questions, but 2. Can I? About the security and also about the digital economy. So my first questions will be to Ibu Angel. In terms of the global dynamics that we currently facing, I think it's quite intense than before. And I'm going to ask about how flexible ASEAN or how solid the member state and how long, based on your analysis or the discussions that you have in your group, how long we will go through all of these things, and do we have something that, like concrete action among us to prevent any worst scenario that might happen to the region? And the second question is about the digital trade economy. When we talk about digital integrations, there is data protection on it. So how we arrange or like formulate the data protection, especially when it's integrated among the states and especially involve the private sector, who will be the system? Yeah, I'm wondering about it. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions that we are all very questioning now at the moment. Yeah. So maybe you start with the Philippines quick win first, and then Ibu Angel can take. There's a number of questions to you, and then Dr. Lee.
Yeah. Thank you for the questions. So quick fixes, and I would say in terms of low-hanging fruits, I mentioned earlier the Digital Economy Framework Agreement, the ASEAN-Canada Free Trade Agreement. I think these can be done, can be completed next year, hopefully. These are less sensitive, less political. I think there will be more buy-in, greater traction to complete this. ASEAN is generally more, better. We had more traction when it comes to economic, connectivity, but we are, I would say very underwhelming when it comes to security issues. That has been, one of the, I would say, gaps or shortcomings of our organization. But of course, that also means there's more challenge for us to up our game when it comes to handling security issues in our neighborhood. Myanmar is, more than 3-4 years old, still going. But I would say that, in the recent Cambodia-Thailand border war, 5 days, but of course under Malaysia's able leadership and of course the support of great powers, US, China, I think Japan also exerted efforts to try to diffuse the tensions. It's not easy to handle these kinds of situations. And so ASEAN would need all the help from dialogue partners to handle and to immediately at least have a ceasefire. Of course, there are still violations. Both sides are creating accusations. But I think the prevention of the escalation of conflict is the priority. Now, of course, under our chairship for next year, it will really demand more in terms of Philippine foreign policy. We have to up our game in terms of handling all of these security issues especially. But I think on the economic and connectivity front, there will be a lot of support and even push to conclude those low-hanging fruits. Thank you.
Just to follow up, there have been a lot of initiatives taken by previous chairs. For example, Indonesia carried out the ASEAN Indo-Pacific Outlook Forum. Will this be continued under the Philippines? And also, it's been mentioned, ASEAN, China, GCC dialogue that Malaysia hosted. Is it going to be a one-off, or is this going to be institutionalized? Maybe just briefly.
I hope that the good, the breakthroughs, the milestones, achievements made by previous chairs be sustained. The ASEAN-China GCC summit successfully held in KL. So I think, GCC is also a very important emerging partner for ASEAN. Aside from migrant workers, Philippines, Indonesians going to Middle East to work there. It's also an emerging investor and also a partner, of course, in renewable energy. And so I think there are a lot of capacities that ASEAN can benefit from partnering with GCC individually and GCC as an organization. And I think ASEAN is always, by its nature, very inclusive, especially for non-sensitive, initiatives that promote connectivity, whether it's Belt and Road, whether it's from Japan or US Blue Dot Network, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. ASEAN has shown that it's very open to these kinds of undertakings.
Okay, Ibu Angel, questions to you about reconciling national and regional interests and so on.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to answer maybe both questions, Pak Bambang and Ms. Lumban Gaul. I'm sorry if I've misspelled your name. So yes, it is not easy for ASEAN, in a bit of global competition, while inside the ASEAN member state itself has, let's say, the fragmentation with different interests, different partners. First, what we need is, for sure, the political willingness of all the state members, the ASEAN state members, how to, if they have the same perception like what just you mentioned about the sanction, how to give sanction to those who are, let's say, a bit naughty, although it's a bit difficult because we have this non-interference and the consensus mechanism. So yes, first we need a strong political willingness, and we need the same perception of how this ASEAN will be, reshaping or recalibrating for the next 2 decades because of the turbulence, let's say, because of the mega trends and many other things, even like the issue of South China Sea, the border dispute inside the ASEAN member state itself already an issue. So yes, political willingness and the same perception of how to reform institutionally this ASEAN. I mean, if all the ASEAN member states have the same, a perception about, is ASEAN really the central of our, institution in the region? Or actually, some of the states will prioritize their bilateral relation with external partner. If that's the case, then again, ASEAN will go nowhere. But if all these member states have the same perception about how important ASEAN is and how to reform ASEAN in the middle of this transition, the global dynamics and many other things, then ASEAN will, I think, consolidate. I mean, the member state of the ASEAN will have the consolidated things. So talking about, earlier in my presentation, I also mentioned about the consensus hedging. It's a bit different with the strategic hedging. So yes, we have this consensus. So without this consensus, it seems like ASEAN cannot really, decide something very decisively, including the COC and perhaps some other issues. But my how to say, my recommendation, maybe hopefully it can be done. Try to keep yes in the legal in the legally level. We are still, ASEAN still have these consensus principles, but in the how to say, in the practices, we might adopt a more flexible and let's say the minilateral, like I just mentioned that everyone still claims to agree on consensus. All ASEAN member states say, yes, we have this consensus principle, but not every country has moved at the same speed. So for those states that have more similar perception on how to settle this South China Sea, for example, or the issue of the rivalry power, major power rivalry, perhaps, I mean, with a bit more flexible, like for, I don't know, maybe a Philippine, you will be the chairship for the next term. Yes, you can play a role like, how to say, be more flexible, coalition of, with those have similar perception, like Indonesia, for example, or Malaysia, and then we make minilateral, how to say, a forum, and give a draft, and how to approach the, let's say, those with different perspective, how to say, to convince them. Diplomacy is they said it's an art. So how to convince those who oppose with a very, how to say, wise or a beautiful way, so they will say yes, but maybe not in the same time with the Singapore or Malaysia or Indonesia and Philippines, but at least we are on the same boat, that we will settle this, the South China Sea issue, for example, and some other, the rivalries. Yeah, okay, I think that's from me. Thank you.
Dr. Lee?
Thank you. Thank you for the good question raised by the lady, right? About the digital trade. As mentioned in my slide, there are two models in the world, including the integration or separation. The US model promotes the freedom to use the data, and in EU, so it is not. So we have to concern the privacy and the security of the personal information. So for ASEAN, is it possible to gather the two models into in the middle, right? So they are the two extreme systems in the world. Is it possible to get close to each other? So ASEAN can be a place for experiment.
Hybrid model.
Yes. So to do that, so if it works, so ASEAN can tell the world it works, and then ASEAN can export the hybrid model to the world. And also, to be honest, there are lots of challenges to promote digital trade inside ASEAN because of the diverse development of infrastructure, especially the digital infrastructures among the member states. Some of the member states, they have advanced infrastructures and enough infrastructures, but not all the members. So firstly, we have to establish the trust. Let's begin with the digital trade among the ASEAN members with less sensitive elements. So for example, to promote the digital apps or the platforms, which is an important element in digital trade. Because the platforms may deal with less sensitive data. And then to begin with the sectors which is essential to humanity, such as healthcare systems. So we know that the healthcare records, they are fragmented. So how to integrate the healthcare records to make the health systems to be more efficient in ASEAN? I think this may be the first priority to promote and to encourage the cooperation of among the ASEAN member states in digital trade. And then when trust has been established, then we may move forward to deeper and more sensitive regions, like the personal information or the speech on the internet because of the different rules in ASEAN countries. So firstly, I think trust is important to promote cooperation. So let's do, we may do it or we may begin it in ASEAN. So just like an experiment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I think that we have had a very rich discussion. I'm not sure whether we have sufficiently reimagined what our future will be, but we can only reimagine the future based on what is happening now. And we are challenged. ASEAN is challenged by both internal and external, not necessarily threats, yeah, but there are opportunities, but there are also challenges. But on the other hand, do not despair when ASEAN is facing challenge, because if you look at the history of ASEAN, when everything is quiet and peaceful, different ASEAN countries will just go to different place, and ASEAN will just be taken for granted. It is only when we are under pressure, for example, when after it took forever for ASEAN to agree on a free trade arrangement. Indonesia was the least willing to open up its market because it's the largest market, but it's only after the Maastricht Treaty and after NAFTA, and then China became, open markets, and Vietnam became an open market, that we felt the need to do it. And don't forget, the first ASEAN summit in '76 only happened after the fall of Saigon. After that, between '67 and '75, nothing happened. So what it means is that for ASEAN, the challenges are actually the vitamins. Yeah, they are the triggers to make ASEAN move, but clearly we also do not want one that are too strong that they actually paralyze us. So let's hope that the challenges will be triggers for greater ASEAN agility and resilience, and make ASEAN more adaptive, and that is adaptive, agile ASEAN, and also more cohesive. And as you mentioned, ASEAN always needs a lot of friends. We have a lot of friends, a lot of dialogue partners also here. So ASEAN cannot solve all of its problems by itself. But the most important thing for ASEAN is that I've been critical also of my government, that I believe that ASEAN should be our first priority. We have to strengthen our neighborhood first before we go elsewhere. It doesn't mean that we cannot go elsewhere, but we must make sure that our house is in order, that our neighborhood is peaceful, that we are able to trust each other, so that we don't worry that things bad will happen when we travel the world. So as I said before, we can win the world, let's get together and be more cohesive first. And then I think that I still believe that ASEAN has a bright future. Thank you very much, and this the speakers, our warm regards. I return this to Nopal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dewi. That was a very interesting discussion for our first sessions today. I would like to thank you all of our distinguished speaker, Prof. Angel, Dr. Mateus, and also Mr. Lucio, and of course our moderator, Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar. And I would like to invite Pak Hasan Ansori to come up to the stage and have a quick photo session with all of our speakers and moderator. Three, two, one. Okay, one more time with the souvenirs. Mbak Ai. Yes. Okay, let's take one more picture. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable guest, that was the end of our first session. We are now going to have a lunch break, and I would like to invite all of you to grab some lunch that is served outside of this ballroom. But before you leave your seat, for your information, on the second session, we will have the launch of the edited volume, where 3 of the selected authors will present their chapters. And as of for the document itself, we will share to you during the second session later on. So we shall start the next session at 1:30 p.m. Therefore, please return to the venue on time. Thank you and see you after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we will commence our second session for the international seminar in a few minutes. So please find a seat and make yourself comfortable. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Now we would proceed to our second sessions of the international seminar. I hope that you had a delightful lunch so that it will be able to keep your energy high for our second session this afternoon. The second session will feature the launch of an edited volume on a similar theme as mentioned before, during which 3 selected authors will present their chapters. As you can see from, we will project the QR code for the edited volume documents on the screen before you. So please feel free to scan the QR code to gain access to our this year edited volumes files. Before we proceed to our discussions, I would like to welcome our moderator and then all of our speakers and also our discussant for today's second sessions of today's seminar. I would like to invite Dr. Ali Wibisono, the Associate Fellow of the Habibie Center and Associate Professor of Universitas Indonesia, to come up to the stage. And I would like to also invite Dr. Irene Hiraswari Gayatri, Senior Researcher of the Research Center for Politics, National Innovation and Research Agency. Also, Dr. Saitawut Yutawarakol, the Executive Director of GALAN Civic Lab, and Mr. Idil Shaufi, the Lecturer from the Department of International Relations, Universitas Katolik Parahyangan, and last but not least, our today's discussant, Professor Poppy Sulistianing Winanti, Professor of International Relations, Universitas Gajah Mada. Please make your way to the stage. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this second session will be moderated by Dr. Ali Abdullah Wibisono. Pa Ali is an Associate Fellow at the Habibie Center and an Associate Professor at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Department of International Relations, and the Graduate School of Strategic and International Studies, Terrorism Studies Program at Universitas Indonesia. He convenes modules of international security studies in Universitas Indonesia, including theories of international security, non-traditional security, and global security. His writing includes The Dynamic of Terrorism and Counter-Terrorism in Indonesia and Non-Traditional Security Cooperation in East Asia, also cybersecurity and maritime security in Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. He has published articles both in journals and media and presented in national and international seminars. Pa Ali is also actively invited as a source person in seminars, focus group discussion, and also workshop, and also as a resource in interviews for national and international television. So without any further ado, Dr. Ali Wibisono, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction. And thank you to the Habibie Center for convening this prestigious and very important seminar. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And especially good afternoon to Professor Dewi and Bapak Ansori. And thank you for inviting us all here to convene this conference. So at this occasion, we are going to discuss the recently published edited volume by the Habibie Center. What was the title? ASEAN Navigating Regional and Global Dynamics in a Multipolar World. I think that any discussions on ASEAN navigating regional and global dynamics will be a great opportunity to evaluate ASEAN centrality, to evaluate ASEAN's hedging strategy vis-a-vis the non-ASEAN great powers, and how effective ASEAN has been in implementing that hedging strategy. And of course, last but not least, but also very important, is how ASEAN tackles the intra-regional problems, including security and prosperity problems. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to tackle those issues through the lenses of the authors who contributed to this edited volume. We have Dr. Irina Gayatri. I colloquially call her Mbak Irin. Mbak Irin writes about, he authored ASEAN as normative architect and strategic mediator in tackling supply chain weaponization in the Indo-Pacific. So her lens of analysis will be focusing on ASEAN's engagement with the US, with Japan, with India, and Australia, perhaps, all the great powers outside of ASEAN, that is important to engage because ASEAN could not isolate itself from these great powers, and particularly on the sector of a supply chain. And then we have Saitawut Yutawarakul, Matt. He's going to present about online scams. This is a very vicious challenge that is engulfing ASEAN member states, be they on the Mekong subcontinent, but also as well as archipelagic ASEAN. This is truly a common threat or for ASEAN members. And then last but not least, we will have Mr. Idil Shaufi, a long-time colleague of mine, an old friend. Yeah. Now he is full-time lecturer at Department of International Relations. He wrote about reimagining ASEAN for the future, push towards emancipation and enhancing relevance, which he wrote with Adrianus Harsawaskita, also a long-time friend of mine. So we are going to start with Dr. Irene. And then finally we will have Professor Poppy. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, but I will introduce each of the authors again before their presentation. So for the first session, we will have Dr. Irene Gayatri, a senior researcher at the Research Center for Politics, National Innovation and Research Agency, BRIN. I've been following Dr. Gayatri's work so far, so I think her work sits at the intersection of international security, gender, WPS agenda, foreign policy, and I think really, her work bridges the gap between academic theory and practical policy implementation, which is very much required when you're a researcher at BRIN, right? So without further ado, Dr. Rini Gayatri, please present.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, selamat siang. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the Habibie Center, especially for inviting us here, and also mostly for having accepted our work co-authored with Mr. Pandu Payoga, who's now taking picture to this presentation. And secondly, I would also love to extend my gratitude to our moderator today, Dr. Poppy, who had reviewed our chapter rigorously and gave us some time to rethink on how, if our identification of problems and also the way we see this topic, which is quite engaged for us, discussing more on quantitative rather than only qualitative in looking for important issues in ASEAN. So our chapter is titled ASEAN as Normative Architect and Strategic Mediator, Tackling Supply Chain Weaponization in the Indo-Pacific. So what does it tell? So our paper introduces ASEAN's evolving dual role in the Indo-Pacific at a time when global supply chains have become instruments of geopolitical coercion. So talking about ASEAN is not only about dialogue, smooth, peaceful, but also especially because there is tense beneath the interrelationship among ASEAN member countries. I think session first also had discussed a bit about this tension, especially when we talk about our positives and also plus and downsides regarding our trade and so on. So our chapter started by discussing how United States and China increasingly deploy export controls, tariffs, and investment restrictions as tools of economic statecraft, creating vulnerabilities for regional states deeply embedded in global value chains. So you might, for instance, find this example in the case of Indonesia's Morowali Industrial Project as one case, right? So ASEAN faces the challenge of navigating this turbulence while maintaining strategic autonomy. Our chapter argues that ASEAN addresses this environment. Yes, sorry. Yeah. So our chapter discusses this. Argue that ASEAN addresses this environment through two complementary functions. First, as a normative architect, it crafts inclusive, rules-based economic frameworks that promote connectivity and resilience. And the second role is as a strategic mediator, leveraging neutrality and convening power to maintain dialogue between rival major powers. And our understanding is this last role is very important and significant in order to maintain ASEAN centrality and also as a hub of discussing among ASEAN member states, but also among its plus partners. So together, these roles position ASEAN as a stabilizing force capable of mitigating the effects of supply chain weaponization. So how does this discussed in terms of the theoretical lens? When we are doing this in order to find aspects that support discussion about these two roles, we are using a combined constructivist and international political economy framework to analyze ASEAN's actions. Constructivism helps to explain how ASEAN's shared norms, for instance, non-interference, consensus building, peaceful dispute resolution, and inclusive regionalism, shape its diplomatic behavior and institutional design. These norms highlight or underpin ASEAN's identity as a neutral, integrative actor as well. While the other lens, namely international political economy, by contrast, highlights the material realities of what we found in the literature is called asymmetric economic interdependence, especially ASEAN's reliance on external powers for markets, technologies, and critical mineral processing. Together, our two lenses illuminate how ASEAN's ideational aspirations and interact with its structural constraints that we found. So in doing so, in collecting data, we also use document analysis, discourse examination, and empirical evidence on trade in supply chains to assess how ASEAN construct norms and responds to geopolitical pressure. Now let me bring you to the first role of the ASEAN's dual role. Through literature review, we also identify that ASEAN's effectiveness in the Indo-Pacific also hinge on its twin role as normative architect, but also as strategic mediator, as I mentioned earlier. And what is the first role? As a normative architect, ASEAN designs frameworks. Perhaps some of them you had heard this morning in the first session, such as ASEAN, Indo-Pacific, AOIP, MPAC, EAC, and RCAP, that principles of openness, multilateralism, and connectivity into regional practices. These frameworks seek to insulate the region from destabilizing economic coercion. Meanwhile, the second role, as a strategic mediator, ASEAN leverages neutrality and convening power across platforms, like EAS, ARF, ADMM+, and ASEAN Plus 3 to maintain dialogue among major powers. Through this role, ASEAN helps prevent geopolitical rivalry from polarizing the region or fragmenting economic networks. We understand that both roles are mutually reinforcing. Norm building provides structure, while mediation maintains the political space needed for norms to function. Now let's see a bit about the normative architect. What is the key contributions? How that translate into practicality? So ASEAN advances a normative order rooted in an open markets, right? Inclusive cooperation and rules-based governance. That's the main excerpt that we identified in several documents. Documents we identified and discussed, like the ASEAN Outlook of the Indo-Pacific and the Epicentrum of Growth Declaration, emphasizes resilience by the book, right? So this is the playbook of ASEAN, according to the documents. Open trade and multilateralism. Initiatives such as MPAC and the AEC Blueprint 2025 promote regulatory harmonization, logistic efficiency, and infrastructural integration to reduce vulnerabilities to economic coercion. If you could click the QR code to the book, you will find more detailed discussion, including 1 or 2 tables regarding the logistic. So RCIP exemplifies ASEAN's success in embedding norms beyond its borders by codifying common rules for trade facilitation, supply chain connectivity, and also capacity building. This diffusion of ASEAN's principles helps stabilize the broader region. Even so, we identified as well that ASEAN's consensus-based norms are flexible to accommodate different member capacities, an advantage for inclusivity, but also a limitation when consistency or enforceability is required. How about the other role, the second role, as strategic mediator? Convening power is the game in town. So ASEAN's mediator role rests on neutrality, inclusivity, and a dense architecture of dialogue platforms. It's what scholars call omni-enmeshment strategy, enables simultaneous engagement with all major powers, avoiding alignment with any single bloc, although it's somehow being questioned, Forums such as the ARF, EAS, and ADMM Plus give the US, China, Japan, India, and others a shared space to communicate and de-escalate tensions. ASEAN also acts as a bridge by choreographing separate but parallel engagements, such as ASEAN-US and ASEAN-China summits, within the same events permitting indirect dialogue. This convening capacity allows ASEAN to shape regional expectations about restraint and cooperation, even though its ability to enforce outcomes remains limited. So we also continue to look into this dual role through two case studies. The first is RCEP. What is the discussion using this case toward the ASEAN's dual role? The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or popularly known as RCEP, is the clearest example of ASEAN's dual role in action. ASEAN initiated and chaired the negotiations, overcoming Sino-Japanese rivalry and consolidating disparate ASEAN Plus One agreements. As normative architect, ASEAN embedded principles of transparency, inclusivity, and developmental flexibility into RCEP's structure. Simplified rules of origin, SME provisions, and economic cooperation chapters all reflect ASEAN's push for integrated, resilient supply chain. So you imagine, as a regional organization, these instruments are vital and exist. So as strategic mediator, ASEAN balanced interests among China, Japan, Australia, South Korea, and initially India, ensuring that no single power dominated the agenda. So RCEP's conclusion during US-China rivalry, for instance, demonstrated ASEAN's capacity to provide a cooperative alternative to decoupling and to maintain a stable economic architecture despite great power pressures. Now let's move to the second case study, critical minerals. This is a very must-talk topic recently, especially. Critical minerals in our study illustrate ASEAN's opportunities and vulnerabilities in strategic sectors. Countries like Indonesia, the Philippines, and Vietnam hold substantial resources crucial for clean energy and high-tech supply chains. However, for instance, China's roles in quite dominate global mineral processing, creating dependence that exposes several members of ASEAN to potential coercion. In this context, ASEAN has attempted to set cooperative norms through the AAC Blueprint 2025, the Supply Chain Connectivity Declaration, EMCAP, and other initiatives emphasizing resilience, information sharing, and sustainability. So this is very important because at least this group work together in order to find mechanism on how to prevent, further dependability. At the same time, ASEAN mediates conflicting interests such as Indonesia's resource nationalist policies versus others favoring open trade, and balances external engagement with China, the US, Japan, and the European Union. So these sectors, we identify that the sectors shows ASEAN's effort to diversify partnership. This morning we also heard from our colleague in Malaysia, from Malaysia, and avoid entrapment in major power competition while strengthening internal capacity. Of course, with different level from each among each member of ASEAN. So, what about then? From these two cases, we also identify several of structural challenges. First is several constraints limit ASEAN's ability to fully execute its dual role. This is the backbone of our study, right? So first is consensus-based decision-making that delays responses and prevents firm positions on sensitive economic or security issues and mineral processing sectors. The third challenge is divergent national priorities that lead to inconsistent policies, uncoordinated responses to crisis, and reduced collective leverage. The fourth challenge is limited technical capacity that hampers ASEAN's limited responses, that limited ASEAN responses and ability to enforce regulatory standards. So you create regulation, but you have some inconsistency in applying it, right? Uncoordinated data set, delayed responses. So it also weakened the management of supply chains transparency and may limit developing advanced processing industries without equal capacity in terms of the supply chains. So these factors, what does it mean then? These factors produce a rhetoric reality gap between ASEAN's declared ambitions and practical capabilities.
1 more minute, yeah.
Yes, I arrive at the 10th slide, thank you. So policy directions. So what is to be done? So Mark said once, right? So what is to be done? We try to generate several of policy directions. And I think 1 or 2 issues here already mentioned in the first session this morning. The first is strengthen supply chain coordination and ASEAN single market. We know the ASEAN single market, ASEAN single denomination had been talked like years ago. And at the moment, I think it is wise to, toss the coin again on whether this could be a way out or is it possible to do or else. So our chapter outlines policy directions that aim to strengthen ASEAN's roles. First, the organization should reinforce internal unity through clearer coordination mechanisms and faster decision-making on economic security issues. Let's see if this is possible. Second, institutional reforms that are needed to improve implementation and reduce gaps between commitments and action. And the third, ASEAN should expand diversification strategies through infrastructure investment, new partnerships, and support for downstream industries. This is especially to mitigate dependency on any single major power. Finally, ASEAN should proactively shape regional rules in emerging domains such as digital trade, mineral sustainability, and supply chain transparency to maintain normative leadership. So to conclude, our chapter concludes that ASEAN possesses unique. Actually, I try so much to distance myself from the word unique because it's been found so many Western literature, including Indonesians, imitated about what is ASEAN way, especially. So we conclude that ASEAN possesses distinct normative and mediating capabilities that are indispensable. Yeah, and then for regional stability. It is proven from our identification, literature review, document analysis, that it has the ability to design inclusive economic frameworks and maintain open channels of dialogue that has helped prevent deeper fragmentation of the Indo-Pacific, although we need also to reflect what had happened in our backyard, for instance. However, the durability of ASEAN centrality depends on unity, adaptability, and institutional strengthening. If ASEAN can refine its decision-making, deepen cooperation, and strategically engage external partners, it can perhaps play a more decisive role in cushioning the region from supply chain weaponization and ensuring a balanced rule-based the Indo-Pacific order. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Irene. I think we will have a deeper discussion on whether ASEAN is capable of leveraging any power it has to mediate the great power rivalry in supply chain, instead of undercutting each other to benefit from the supply chain diversion. So next we have Mr. Saitawut Yuta Warakul. He is the Executive Director of Jalan Civic Lab, a full-time lecturer at Bangkok University, Thailand, an adjunct lecturer at School of Liberal Arts, King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. He will present about scams that scourge cybercrime, labor trafficking, and the future of ASEAN digital governance. Very timely issue. Please, Mr.
saya tahu.
Okay. I do have the presentation as well. It's a new one that I just sent 1 hour ago. Okay. Well, while we are waiting for the slides to come up, so good afternoon, selamat siang, and sawadee krap. So I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Habibie Center for accepting the the book chapter that I co-wrote with my Indonesian colleague, and also would like to extend my congratulations to the Habibie Center for its 26th anniversary as well. So my name is Tuwud Yutawarakun. You can call me Matt. I'm wearing so many hats right now. I'm currently a lecturer at Bangkok University. I am also doing my PhD in Gender and Development Studies, which is very far from the topic that I'm going to discuss today. And I'm also doing my initiative called Jalan Civic Lab. The word Jalan actually stands for Just and Livable Asia Now. So this initiative is actually the initiative that I'm doing with my Indonesian colleague here, Ika Kurnia Rizwandari. Unfortunately, she cannot join here in person, but she's watching online. All right. So let's get started with this presentation. So I'm going to talk about the cybercrime, labor trafficking, and the future of ASEAN digital governance. Okay. This is like a lecture, when I am in my classroom. So I'm going to ask, the participants here whether you have personally received any phone calls, links, or emails from an unknown sender asking you to make a transfer, click, or ask for your personal information. Would you please raise your hands if you experienced this before? Okay, all right. And did you transfer? No, okay, of course not, right? Of course not. All right. Well, this is just, a survey first. Because the topic that I'm going to discuss today is very big right now, not only for a country I'm coming from, but the whole region of ASEAN. So the scams matter because Southeast Asia rapid transformation of digital technology actually offers us so many opportunities, right? But actually produces the non-traditional security threats, and one of them is the cybercrime. Here I'm gonna refer to the cyber scam, and the cyber scam, it's not really like the scam that we know probably 20 years ago, but it has evolved into the industrial scale, right, where they set up the compounds, they have a very systematic financial institution back them. And also, they traffic more than hundreds of thousands of people, not only within the region, but also from other regions in the world as well. And currently, we're gonna look into ASEAN current frameworks on how we deal with this issue. Well, cyber scams are lucrative, right? It is actually expected to be worth of around 7.5 to 12.5 billion US dollar a year, I would say, and it could, be competitively, higher than some of the, countries' GDP. And actually, the total loss to scam within the region, it's huge. We can see, Singapore is a leading country in terms of scam loss, and Vietnamese people receive the highest scam calls and messages compared to other countries in the region. In this book chapter, what we try to find out is how cyber scams operate, and how forced labor and trafficking operate, and how ASEAN digital governance need to catch up with the fast pace of the scams. Well, the cyber scams that I'm going to talk about today is focusing on the Mekong region, which the cyber scams operates like corporations. We can find, we have seen the evidence that the scam are actually operating in the special economic zone in many countries. Not only in these countries, but I'm sure that many countries in the region also host scam syndicates as well. And what we can see here is that there are a few reasons why the cyber scams are increasing. One is the weak governance, corruption, and for example, in Myanmar, we can see the rise of the scams, especially after the coup in 2021, and also some of the areas that are controlled by the multi-ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. In Laos, the special economic zone offer 99-year leases, and within that special economic zone, you have the autonomous control by the private firms. There's Chinese investment flows and also geographical influence. Also Thailand's infrastructure readiness, which I will explain later why, and COVID-19 pandemic, which left people with unemployment. As you can see here from the maps, and on the left-hand side, you see the locations of the casinos and special economic zone. And on the right-hand side, you see the scam centers that were found in the Mekong region. And most of them are located at the borders, right? And the border towns are actually the special economic zones. This is the example from Laos. Just across Thailand and Myanmar. This is at the Golden Triangle. It has become a big city, and inside that, this is a casino with hotels, with entertainment complex, and the whole city is actually, the concession is given to the Chinese investors. This is in Myanmar. In Myanmar here, you can see the pictures on the left-hand side. On the top one on the left-hand corner, it was like 3-4 years ago, but now you can see the scam compounds are getting bigger and bigger. This is in Cambodia. We was just discovered a few weeks ago by after the visit from the South Korean delegation to Cambodia. And there's also the case, of people who used to work in the scam compounds. They fell down from the building in just across the border with Thailand as well. So as you can see here, it's very difficult for these countries or even ASEAN, to combat the cyber scams and labor trafficking, because investment is in one country, there's a recruitment in another country, there's a training in another country, and the scam execution is in one country, the victims are from everywhere, and the transfer of the money is actually going to anywhere, which most of the time they convert it into the cryptocurrency. Well, I'm going to talk about Thailand, the country I come from. So Thailand actually plays a bigger role, a very big role here in actually supporting indirectly, I would say, to the scam syndicates. One is that we border with these 3 countries. Number 2 is that Thailand is actually an aviation hub. When they want to recruit the scam compound workers, they have to transit in Thailand first, and then they would take car in order to cross the borders to these 3 countries. And as you can see here, the border are very long, and it's very easy to cross there. Some places don't really have the fence, so they can cross the border naturally. Here are what were found in Thailand. The one on the top left-hand corner is the Starlink satellite. It was seized in Thailand before it was transported to Myanmar, and down there it's a SIM cards from Thailand as well. Were found in the garbage can just near the border to Myanmar. And we have the Thai, some of the Thai people open the accounts, the bank accounts, which we call the host accounts for the scam syndicates. And recently we just found out that the telecommunication pole is actually spreading the connections, the data that can be connected just across the border. We also found the Thai passports were dropped in the garbage cans, near the scam towns as well. And the picture underneath is actually the repatriation of the scam workers that were deported through Thailand, and then they were sent back to their home countries. So labor trafficking to scam syndicates, I'm gonna go real quick here. So the victims are actually deceived by the fake job ads by promising high salaries, visa and accommodation. Their passports were confiscated, their mobile phones were taken, they work under strict surveillance. They also have the daily scam quotas that they have to meet as well. And even otherwise, they will face the physical punishment. And some of them, if they want to go back to their home country, they have to pay the debt. And okay, so the current ASEAN instruments here, we actually have so many instruments and collaborations within the ASEAN. For example, the ASEAN Convention Against Trafficking in Persons. We also have the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, ASEAN Declaration to Prevent and Combat Cybercrime, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan, and the ASEAN Cybersecurity Cooperation Strategy, which now we are going to implement the 2026 to the 2031. But here we found some gaps in cybersecurity and digital governance in ASEAN. So one is the ASEAN Way, which actually limits the creation of binding commitments. We also have the gaps in ASEAN digital frameworks that actually prioritize the infrastructure, economic growth, rather than the protection and rather than thinking of protecting the victims of the scam. We also have the legal and institutional fragmentations across the member states in ASEAN. The cross-border enforcement remains low and ineffective across ASEAN. Also, the corruption within the several countries in ASEAN enable the scam compounds to operate in many countries. And last but not least is the digital platforms are poorly regulated across the region. So I have 2 minutes here, so I'm gonna jump to the policy recommendations. So what we found first is the political dimensions, that we should redesign the digital governance to match the rapid expansion of cyber scams and trafficking networks. Number 2 is to implement the binding regional mechanisms to replace the existing ones. And also we should set the standard. This morning, one of the panelists discussed about the GDPR, which is from the European Union. We should also consider that as well. We should also look to the EU as a role model, which they have the Cybersecurity Act. They also have the EU strategy in combating trafficking in human beings. And also they set up the EU Agency for Cybersecurity, which the ASEAN could also learn from the EU as well. Also, we should integrate the issue of cyber scams and labor trafficking as being correlated, because they are connected to each other. In terms of cross-country implementation, we should establish the regional cybercrime task force in order to lead the joint investigations, intelligence sharing, and also operations. We should also establish the continuous monitoring and ensure accountability and transparency among the region. And most importantly, we should have the unified victim protection and repatriation protocols, because right now we're different countries have the different regulations in terms of dealing with the protection and repatriation. The ASEAN Pole should also lead in terms of cross-border law enforcement, coordination and suppression, and we should also coordinate with the external partners of ASEAN as well, not only working within countries in the region, but also look ahead to building cooperation with other countries that are partners of the ASEAN. Last dimension is the socio-economic dimension, which I would like to emphasize that the government should work with the civil societies, academics, and the tech sector, especially the tech sector, the digital platforms. They should also be responsible, and they should also make sure that there's no harms in terms of digital content that exists in their platforms. We should also encourage the young generation to engage with their peers and also their family members, and also encourage the media literacy among all generations. And last but not least is to ensure that the decent work and economic development that the people within the region could be benefit from, and also not to fall under being deceived as a scam victims or labor trafficking. And yeah, I think I run out of time, so thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih, kapun krab.
Thank you, Matt, for presenting us with the uncomfortable truth that ASEAN must face, and somehow it's an intersection between cybersecurity and crime prevention, crime tackling, but also victim protection. Right. Next we have Mr. Idil Shaufi, a full-time lecturer at Universitas Katolik Parahyangan, and he will present about reimagining ASEAN for the future, push towards emancipation and enhancing relevance, which he wrote with Mas Adrianus Sarsawaskita. As Idil, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Ali, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to be here today to celebrate the Habibie Center 26 years of excellence and its invaluable contribution to the modernization and democracy in Indonesia, as well as its remarkable efforts to foster discourse on ASEAN. This chapter, actually, when the Habibie Center first announced the call for abstract for their edited volume on Reimagining ASEAN, it is intriguing me and myself and Mas Adrianus Harsawaskita to reflect on and envision the future of ASEAN, particularly in light of the challenges posed by current global politics dynamics that test the ASEAN relevance. Okay. To embark our imagination, the first step is to pinpoint the challenges encountered by ASEAN. We have identified several paradoxes regarding ASEAN. The main point is the number one. ASEAN aspired for centrality in Indo-Pacific, but it seems to be sitting on the fence. From that point of view, and then we found the second until the sixth points. The first one, ASEAN is known as a notable regional organization with established mechanism. You may say like Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, ZOP Fund, SAN, WFZ, and other else. and inspiration for other regionalism. Yeah, for example, for APEC, for IORA, and other multilateral regionalism. But the ASEAN ability to influence the course of events or policies in the region is still minimal until today. The third one, ASEAN has extensive intra and inter-regional activities. We have ASEAN-Europe meeting, for example. We have ASEAN plus 1+3 and other else. But it seems to be a follower rather than at the driving seat. It's shown by ASEAN indecisiveness, lack of cohesion on important regional issues such as Myanmar crisis, Thailand, Cambodia, and South China Sea. The fourth one, ASEAN has shown efforts to manage great power rivalry by recreating networks with great powers. Yeah, bilaterally, ASEAN countries have extensive relationship with both the United States and then China. But it become hostage of great power politics shown by its accommodative stance to great powers, which tend to seek the lowest common denominators rather than pursue ASEAN countries' interests. The fifth one, ASEAN member countries engage in various other multilateral mechanisms such as G20, APEC, OIC, NAM, BRICS, and other else. But in those multilateralism, ASEAN countries' role is limited and minor. The sixth one, ASEAN, in its outlook on Indo-Pacific, calls for an inclusive, open, and rule-based regional architecture. But there is rise of exclusive multilateralism in the region, and also it has issues in implementing rule-based action, especially if we see what China's do in South China Sea, for example. Based on that paradox, then we look for the theoretical tools to reimagine ASEAN given accomplishment and then ASEAN challenges as well as their aspiration to be central in the region. We found the emancipatory in IR as alternative tools in explaining and to imagine the ASEAN. This approach offers several key features related with ASEAN condition today. First one, when we talk about the emancipatory in IR, this conception, telling about a better world and how to realize it by actors who can play role in it. Emancipatory also talk about liberating actors from structures or conditions that hinder them from actualizing freedoms in thought and practice. And then, in emancipatory in IR, also talk about actor can identify problems and conceptualizing solution from history, biography, and intellectual heritage. So when we imagine the ASEAN, we're not came from nothing, but we came from what ASEAN have accomplished before. And then the last, actors become the subject and creators of their own course of history. It is related with the centrality of ASEAN. This tools is also combined with active non-alignment. The active non-alignment, we learn from non-alignment movement that non-alignment movement did not create non-alignment itself, rather than it is emphasized on national independence, sovereignty, and integrity of territory. The NAM countries want more say to be included in global politics, and the approach itself talking about the play the field when the actors can have a say in global politics. And then active non-alignment also talk about avoid marginality and irrelevance by taking position based on pragmatism and play from one great power to another great powers. And then active in this active non-alignment, it means a constant search for opportunities including support from great powers to resolve their domestic problems and national interests. Based on that tools, we emulate the formula to reimagine the ASEAN. The formula itself, we borrow from Spiegel. That Spiegel said that a subject that requires emancipation, it is the X. An obstacle, that is the Y. That prevents emancipation, the form of emancipation, it is the Z. And the articulation of the mechanism, the Q, that generates transformation toward emancipation. Based on that, we talk about ASEAN. So, based on the formulation, ASEAN as the regional, ASEAN, the regional and global situation that hampers the centrality of ASEAN. And then ASEAN should emancipate from the obstacle to centrality by applying a policy of active non-alignment, and then how to put active non-alignment for ASEAN into practice. Based on that formula, we found 8 points to imagine ASEAN in the future. First one, ASEAN should be realize that there are still lesser power that seek for emancipation. We cannot trap by delusion of grandeur as the central, as the great movement in the region and other else. And then, based on that, ASEAN countries can create relationship based on national interest, their own national interest. And it's reflect from the NAM and ASEAN spirit that highlight national independence, sovereignty, and also integrity of territory. Today, the condition based on the great power rivalries, the great powers trying to pressure to choose. It's okay regarding that pressures, because based on our approach, ASEAN countries can free choose based on its national interests. So it's not the weak of ASEAN. It's not the the weak of ASEAN if some countries going to China and several countries going to the United States, for example. It can be the leverage of ASEAN. Okay, I will go to the next points. Other ASEAN shall respect the choice of other members. So when, for example, when Cambodia turned into China and then Philippines turned into the United States, for example, is it okay for both countries? And both countries should respect their choices. Variation of relationship with great power, it can be the ASEAN leverage. And also, the activeness of ASEAN members in other multilateralism, it can also become the leverage of ASEAN. So ASEAN members should actively involve in other multilateralism, and ASEAN member countries should actively involve in every regional issues, including unilateralism. So if ASEAN want to be central in the region, they should be part of, for example, AUKUS. They should be part of the Quad. They should be part of LMC, for example. And we propose now the position among the ASEAN member states. So each country should realize, okay, the other countries have strong relationship with others. With that combination, ASEAN can solve the problems when they have problems with other great powers. For example, when the Philippines have problems with China, Philippines can call on Cambodia because Cambodia have good relationship with China. Okay, and that imagination is based on the quote Pablo Picasso said that everything you can imagine is real. So what we can imagine today, it can be real for the better ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Idil. I think Mas Idil's presentation, is very important because it bluntly acknowledges ASEAN's inability to, it becomes a follower rather than the drive. I don't want to say failure, but yeah, but then again, I think if we have to respect the choice of every member, I think there should be a limit there. I mean, we don't want to see Chinese naval base in Cambodia suddenly appears because Cambodia is very good, like nearly with China. All right, I think that next we have Professor Poppy Sulistiani Winanti. Professor Poppy is a professor of international relations at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada, UGM. Her recent publications include Indonesia's BRICS membership and green transition, the politics of international trade, global sustainable commodity governance, state capacity in the energy transition, the localization of global norms in the extractive sector, resource nationalism, Indonesia's regulatory frameworks on intellectual property rights, and Indonesia's South-South cooperation. Professor Poppy is going to help me as a moderator to ask difficult questions for each of the three authors. All right, Professor Poppy, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pa Ali. I'm not going to ask difficult questions to the speakers because I enjoy listening their presentations, So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking from my seat. I guess I'm accompanying Pa Ali from here. Pa Ansori, Bu Dewi, and distinguished guests. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor for me to be part of this publication, because I was approached by the Habibie Center a couple months ago to review the articles. I really enjoyed reading the article, and I hope that my comments are not too harsh. And while I'm happy reading it, enjoying reading it, I'm very happy to read the final version of the publication. So I hope that you're also happy to receive my previous comments as well. Well, we have listened to the previous presenters. I think it's the selected articles from the recent publication. And as the moderator mentioned earlier, that this edited volume is a publication by the Habibie Center, and in my opinion is very timely, considering that the completion of the ASEAN Community Vision 2025, and we are embracing with the launch of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, our shared future. So these publications, I believe, it's also commemorating the 26th anniversary of the Habibie Center. So congratulations for Habibie Center and also for the authors for the publications. Well, the edited volume, I believe it consists of the 9 chapters, even though we only have like 3 authors presenting the paper, and it covers, I believe, a very diverse topics, represent the dynamics of the region. It can be, in my opinion, while I'm reading it, can be divided into kind of 3 big kind of themes. The first couple of chapters, it cover broader aspect of ASEAN, which include ASEAN's position, that includes Ibu Irin chapters on the ASEAN position as normative architect in the region, and some articles also, some chapters also discuss the institutional reform. The second theme, some of the chapters emphasis on how ASEAN respond to the emerging global challenges, such as supply chain weaponization, and then also article by Matt regarding the scams, cybercrime, and then some of the articles also cover about the youth mobility. Then the third aspect, I believe, from this edited volume are the specific, discussing specific relations between ASEAN and particular external or non-ASEAN countries such as India, Japan, and also Taiwan. So it a lot, in my opinion, it's so diverse and it's interesting kind of representation. Well, we listened to Ibu Irvin and also Mas Pandu article earlier, the first article. We listened to the presentation, and it focuses more on the ASEAN as normative architect and strategic mediator, especially in tackling supply chain weaponization in the Indo-Pacific. I like the chapter because it also contributes to the discussion on how then ASEAN should see the supply chain weaponization, because I think this is a very recent kind of discussion using the new term about the supply chain weaponization. I guess that also includes Indonesia's resource nationalism when we're trying to control our export on the raw materials. This chapter is presenting that they facing kind of challenges. ASEAN, especially because ASEAN is facing the Indo-Pacific geo-economic shifts, which again characterized by the rising US-China strategic rivalry. In responding to these challenges, this article or this chapter argues that ASEAN has dual role, normative architect in shaping rules and norms, and also while at the same time, ASEAN is also playing as a strategic mediator, as the bridging stakeholders, convening great powers. In my opinion, while reading this chapter and also listening to the presentation, it seems that this chapter is quite optimistic, but the question is how then, in order to make ASEAN to play this dual role successfully, even though the chapter has already presented that it depends on the unity, adaptability, and also it requires institutional reform, but again the question is how we are going to do all those things, because it seems quite challenging. The second article by Matt and also Ibu Ika Kurnia, it's also very interesting to me because it also covers again a very challenging kind of one of the most pressing issues that ASEAN is facing at this moment. The article covers issues on scams, but then put it or situate it in a wider context of cybercrime, labor trafficking, transnational criminal system, and then the question is on how ASEAN's digital governance address this issue. Your article, Matt, also highlights the structural problems, especially again highlighting the ASEAN way. How then ASEAN way can be a hinder in tackling this problem, because our ASEAN principle on non-interference, consensus decision making made again meaningful kind of joint action kind of difficult to be implemented. So the question again, as the first article, if we would like to see a better ASEAN, then how we are going to do in terms of reforming ASEAN digital governance. Last but not least, I'm also enjoying listening to the presentation by Pak Idil and also Pak Adrianus. I believe it's Reimagining ASEAN. I have the same feeling with Pak Ali while I'm listening to the presentation. It's a very, very interesting when you highlighted and especially emphasizing the paradox of ASEAN. I think we have heard that a lot, but then you put it very nicely in the way, oh, this is what we aspire, this is what we want, this is what we imagine, but in the end, this is the reality, something like that. Yeah. So you identify the paradox of ASEAN, and sometimes we also kind of hesitated to acknowledge those kind of situation. Well, the question again, when you try to offer ways or tools to reimagining ASEAN for the future, how then you are kind of putting the active non-alignment, especially as Pa Ali mentioned earlier, the limit to what extent we can allow the other ASEAN members to do whatever they want as on behalf of their national interests vis-a-vis the ASEAN kind of common interests. So to what extent that we can allow them to do so. Well, through the cases, I guess, presented in the chapters, and also not only for these three, but also the whole chapters in the book, I think this book tries to answer long debate among scholars and practitioners on ASEAN, how to strengthen ASEAN's capacity while dealing with both internal divisions, internal disparity, consensus constraints, with the external pressures that we can understand not only about the geopolitical rivalry, but also as the first session already discussed, ASEAN is also part of the global kind of situation that face what we call as the mega trends, but we at UGM usually use the word mega shift, which is basically we are currently facing several kind of global problems, including or transnational problems, climate change, green transition, digital transformation, and the retreat of democracy, and so on and so forth. Then the edited volume, while I'm reading it, I'm also trying to kind of having this kind of sense that the underlying agreement from these kind of chapters, kind of the collective actions, then internal cohesions are the key issues for ASEAN, especially to respond both internal dynamics and also external pressures. Given ASEAN's nature, it is important to recognize the real issues for the future of ASEAN is actually enforcement and implementation. Obviously, it requires substantial institutional reform in order to make ASEAN more meaningful, relevant for the members and also the rest of the world. In the end, the question I think that we need to answer all together, what does ASEAN mean for us and what does ASEAN mean for its member countries? Thank you, Pak Ali.
Thank you, Prof. Propi. Yeah, I just like to re-emphasize the red line underlying the edited volume, which Prof. Poppy already outlined, which is the need for collective action, cohesive action by ASEAN to respond to its challenges, to maintain its relevance for its member states. And with the three authors, we have three different worldviews. But Irene with her liberal constructivist, I think more constructivist worldview. Yeah, well, not really. As ASEAN's ability to shape norms, somewhat optimistic that ASEAN is capable of shaping norms as a norm architect. Is it a norm architect? Normative architect. I think that's a new concept. It's just norm shaper, but architect. And then Matt, put forward human security lens, I suppose. Presenting the challenges that ASEAN should confront in order to secure its own people, provide security, well-being for its own people. And there's a dilemma here because in order to provide security, you have to limit people's movement, you have to limit the way people make money, and so at the same time you have to create jobs and everything, legitimate jobs. And then Mas Idil, with his realist framework, give us a radical option for ASEAN. Like, can ASEAN reinvent itself as a collective forum for active non-alignment, something like that? So we go back to the drawing board and think that, okay, ASEAN must be able, each ASEAN member state must be able to defend itself effectively against its own challenges. So if ASEAN cannot be, cannot provide that institution, at least they have to have, each member must have freedom to do that. So I think that I will start with Mbak Irene to respond Prof. Poppy's concern or question that has been given to you. Irene, do you have any comment?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Ali and also Professor Poppy. I'd like to also mention that earlier in the abstract of this paper, you mentioned that this analysis is based on the two perspectives, theoretical constructivism, but also IPE, because these two lenses look into different realities set of ASEAN. First, it has history, long history of being a social organization based on and developed post-Cold War second, so it brings its own realities, and also in the process brings the capacity of its member states in creating norms. And then in the process, along with the development of the economy of each ASEAN member state, ASEAN as a regional organization also able to discuss and also to look into its own role, and it will be best to analyze from the IPE. So we consider when we do this, the writing, we see not only in terms of the constructivist perspective to understand how norm applies, discussed, applied in ASEAN, but also these norm creators, ASEAN as norm architect, has also based the creation based on the realities that it had, including in the economic realities. So that also goes without saying, when you discuss about ASEAN's plus partnership with Europe, for instance, or with the US, with Japan, with South Korea, even with China, it somehow create controversies, right? Some ASEAN member states see Indonesia's closeness to China as Indonesia as being hegemonized to China. But that also, in my opinion, in our opinion, that will dilute Indonesia's agencies on China or vis-a-vis China. It is, some scholars mention that ASEAN has asymmetrical position toward China, but last discussion with the Chinese intellectual also mentioned that it would be great to look it from the complementary aspect, because of course China is one of the major power in the East that contributes so much with ASEAN's regional member states economies, including Indonesia. And of course, for instance, if talking about agency, I believe that I'm a bit disagree with you. This is not a too optimistic paper, because we also identify several of the challenges by the ASEAN as in terms of mechanism, in terms of coordination, cohesiveness, in terms of the regulation, the will is there, but lack of implementation. So what could we do? Perhaps, are we going to see it from the ASEAN leadership? For instance, after Indonesia being chairman of ASEAN, we had proceeded several outputs, for instance, right? And then under Malaysia chairmanship, some of the successful lists have been listed in this seminar this morning. But also we see gaps like our colleague from Thailand. This is a very important gap within ASEAN mechanism, for instance. How about talking about collective security, right? Talking about the gaps on global China system. How collectively we will discuss anything in front of the Donald Trump or Xi Jinping, for instance. So this, terms of the internalized collectivism, is for, based on our understanding, our paper is looking at on that aspect, you know, limited collectivism on global China weaponization. We also, if you could open the file in the electronic version, we also put two tables there that illustrate the comparative logistical. So table 1, the Logistic Performance Index scores from the World Bank 2023, just to show how ASEAN had built the framework of ASEAN supply chain efficiency and resilience. So each country has different conditions, for instance, right? One of the highest score of LPI, of course, Singapore, 4.3, right? So this is reflecting how each member of ASEAN has credibility and preparedness regarding the global giant. So it could also strategically position itself better in terms of trade weaponization, for instance. So yes, if we are looking into this data, we mentioned in our paper that ASEAN has actively sought to diffuse its normative vision across the wider Indo-Pacific using institutional mechanisms and diplomatic platforms. So if we go back to the structural limitation, of course, there are so many, I do not want to say skeptic or, you know, because there are so many potential that can be brought upon, but also work on. under perhaps the new leadership in the Philippines with regard to the issue? I hope I could answer your question. Otherwise, just read the chapter. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Poppy, for commenting on the paper. For me, I would say that the ASEAN should, be more holistic, integrated, and also interdisciplinary. So, for example, the issue of the cybercrime, as I just presented, it's not just only the political security issues, right? Because if we look into the root cause of people being trafficked or people being people's movement to being employed in the scam compounds, I think it's also the socio-economic issues as well, right? Because let's say, especially during COVID or even after the COVID-19 pandemic, some of the people lose their jobs, they become unemployed, and that's actually the time when the online scams increase, right? That time, and at that time the concessions to the special economic zone in the Mekong countries were given to these Chinese investments, for example. So that's why it attracts a lot of job opportunities there, in so that people get being trafficked into these scam compounds. Some of the people that I actually watch on documentaries, some of them even know that they would be working in the scam compounds, being a call center, deceiving people. But the reason why they accept the job opportunity there, because they want to feed their family, right? And I think that's why when we look at the issues happening in ASEAN, especially the emerging issues here, like the online scam, the cyber scams, we should look holistically, from political security, as part of the transnational crimes, but also we should find the gap, the reason why it's the socio-economic issues. We have in ASEAN, we have let's say a lot of meetings, ministerial meetings. We have the senior official meetings. We do have the ASEAN cybercrime, cybersecurity committee. We have the senior official meeting in transnational crimes. But the problem is that how they could become integrated and understand the issue of cybercrime from the wider perspective. So and being intersectional at the same time as well. So the issue of transnational crime can also link to social inequalities, also link to gender inequality, or the issue of the decent job or economic growth in the ASEAN countries. So I think that's my response to your question. So in my conclusion, ASEAN should be more integrated, look holistically to different perspective, and working together on this issue through the interdisciplinary and intersectional lens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mas Adli said that about realist. Actually not realist, but I'm trying to be realistic, understanding the situation. So maybe not. Okay, yeah. The problems with ASEAN is they are tigers on papers, but hard for realization. It's hard to realize what ASEAN have produced on its papers. So yeah, based on that and trying to understand the situation, how to put active non-alignment onto ASEAN. I think the first one we have agree about the ASEAN way, and the ASEAN way highlight about the national interest. So national interest is first, and we have to respect other national interests. It's not competitiveness between each countries, but yeah, we have to know that other countries have their own national interests. And then the second one, I have a highlight in my presentation. We should be honest. We cannot be trapped in the delusion of grandeur that we are great and other else. No, we are lesser power. We are lesser power, and we want to have more say in international politics. We want to be in the playing fields. We are not just like if we talk about the football, we are not in the field. We are not Messi, but we are in the DSP, not in it as a spectator in the games. And then regarding the multi-alignments based on its members, actually there's a lot of scholars that this is the weakness of ASEAN. No, it's not the weakness of ASEAN. ASEAN should make it the leverage of ASEAN, because the multi-alignment based on its member state, it can be the asset of ASEAN. ASEAN countries that have relations with other great powers, for example, Russia, Iran, or other else. It is the capital of ASEAN. And then actually ASEAN active, honestly, if we talk about ASEAN internal meeting and extra regional meeting, which one the
great powers to adhere to these norms that you're suggesting, or is this normative architect purely like symbolic in the face of national security laws like U.S. CHIPS Act and China's export control? What do you make of that?
This is a very interesting question, and I have to look into my writing again about to see what does ASEAN have in front of these two major powers. Feels like we are trapped within two elephants, right? But actually, if we see in the paper, in my and Pandu Pandu Prayoga's article, we see we had developed, for instance, ambitious blueprints for integration, such as ASEAN Economic Community. But there are gaps, of course. Progress and regulatory harmonization and deeper economic integration is one thing, right? And often fall short of official commitment. So we have all of the instruments to discuss with the two major powers, for instance, right? So we have also lacking of supranational authority or binding enforcement mechanism that may mean the implementation of ASEAN effectiveness or norms can be, lacking in front of the external economic threats. For example, so this is also in our paper, while the AEC 2025 just recently calls for a resilient, inclusive, people-oriented and people-centered ASEAN economy, this is according to the document, actual policy coordination during crisis has been ad hoc and uneven. So that's no wonder Trump administration deal directly with ASEAN member states instead of the collective mechanism, as if ASEAN has no share of grievances whatsoever in front of the trade tariff threat. So that is one thing. So the question would be, to what extent ASEAN leadership shared these grievances oh, United States, you play too hard, right? Realizing that there are asymmetrical economic conditions faced by each of the ASEAN member states. So to an extent, the ASEAN leadership would realize it or can develop a collective mechanism. Also with China, for instance, right? So China tariff exchange, we also responded with ad hoc and uneven. So we mentioned in our paper that these institutional constraints highlight a core tension. Instead, we found a core tension in ASEAN, in ASEAN's normative project, right? National sovereignty as strength, but also require collective actions. So I think we go to the extent that there should be a more vision about the collective strength in terms of security, right? In terms of the global giant weaponization, and also. I hope that answers a bit. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I got it already. Thank you, Mayrin. We are at the end of our session, ladies and gentlemen. I think that I don't have to conclude this session, but I'm just so curious to read the book, the edited volume, and I think that this book symbolizes ASEAN's continuing effort not to retreat from leadership role in the region. Indonesia's the Habibie Center's continued effort to make to maintain Indonesia's leadership in the region. So whatever ASEAN's strength is, be it convening capacity, agenda setting capability, shaping regional narratives, these are ASEAN strengths that must be empowered in the future, not reduced. So, having said that, that's the end of our session today. I'm returning this to the MC. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. And I would like to thank you to all of our speakers today, Dr. Irene, Dr. Saitaud, Dr. Idil, and also to our moderator, Dr. Ali, and of course our discussant, Professor Poppy, for such a very insightful discussion. Please remain on the stage, as I would like to invite Bapak Muhammad Hasan Ansori and also Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar to come up to the stage for a quick photo session. Honorable guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our event today. We definitely hope that this discussion will be fruitful and beneficial for everyone who participated, both in person Pullman Jakarta and also through our online platform. And please do not forget, as you can gain access to the documents of the edited volume on the QR code before you. Thank you very much. The Habibie Center would like to convey our deepest gratitude for everyone's participation in today's seminar and to our esteemed partners whose support made this event possible. With that, I would like to conclude the Habibie Center International Seminar on Reimagining ASEAN for the Future, Navigating Regional and Global Dynamics in Multipolar World. Thank you very much. We hope to see you in our future event.